If you wake up every day thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, and living the same routines, you're not creating a new life. You're just repeating your past. The only way to break free is to become your future self before it happens. In this speech, Dr. Joe Dispenza reveals how rewiring your mind and body can heal disease, overcome trauma, and reshape your destiny. He proves through neuroscience and real-life transformations that your thoughts and emotions don't just reflect your reality, they create it. You don't wait for change, you become it. Special thanks to Liz Dawn for partnering with me to release this content exclusively here on my YouTube channel. And if you make it all the way to the end of this video, leave a hashtag Believe in the comments below so I can celebrate you in a future video. Believe.
This simple day is about you. It's an opportunity for you to retreat from your life for one day and to remove the constant stimulation from your external environment that reminds you of who you think you are as a personality. To separate yourself from the people you know and the places you go and the things that you do at the exact same time every single day, reaffirming your same identity long enough for you to disconnect from that stimulation and begin to learn vital information about possibility. And when you begin to understand this information, you are producing physical changes in your brain as a result of your interaction in the environment. That's called learning. Learning is making new synaptic connections. And every time you learn something new, you're adding a new stitch to the three-dimensional tapestry of your gray matter. But then, if you don't review that information and you don't repeat it, those circuits are pruned apart within hours or days. So we are going to develop concepts and ideas today. And when that concept and idea is complete, you're going to turn to the person next to you and you're going to explain that concept. And if you can't explain it, it's not wired in your brain. So between the two of you, you are going to build a model of understanding. And there will be nothing left to conjecture, nothing left to superstition, nothing left to dogma. It will be a scientific understanding. And then we are going to set up the conditions and give you some instruction on how to apply that. And if you can apply it and get your behaviors to match your intentions, you're going to produce some type of new experience, and that new experience is going to cause you to embody the truth of that philosophy, and that's called evolution. And if we have time, we will build on the next model until you begin to develop a skill in understanding what you're doing. And if you can understand the what and the why, the how gets easier. That's why we're here. And that we are the creators of our lives. And if you're waking up every single day as the same person, and your brain is a record of the past, it's an artifact of everything you've learned and experienced to date, and you go through a set of routine behaviors that you just did yesterday, your future is your past. And if you're not creating a future, then for the most part, every time you see the same person and go to the same place and do the exact same thing at the exact same time, it's your personal reality that's creating your personality. And we wind up victims to our external circumstances. And then we find people in our lives that we can share that addiction to suffering with, and we get agreement on it. And we shrink into mediocrity. And if you're waking up every single day feeling the same way, and feelings and emotions are the end product of past experiences, as long as you're feeling the same way every single day, it means nothing new is happening in your life. And if those feelings are driving your thoughts, and you can't think greater than how you feel, then you're thinking in the past. And the quantum model of reality is still working for you, but you're reaffirming your past. All potentials that exist in the quantum field exist in the generous present moment. And most people don't have the ability to be present. And being present is paying attention. Paying attention is a skill, just like golf or tennis. The more you practice it, the better you get at it. So this simple day is an opportunity for you to understand some truth about all of this information you learned this weekend. And if you combine a little quantum physics with a little neuroscience, because if mind has an effect on the nature of reality, you better understand what mind is. Yes? And a little neuroendocrinology, a little psychoneuroimmunology, a little epigenetics, and you got a great roadmap for yourself. And I'm not going to say anything that's so outside of your understanding that's going to intimidate you. But I'm going to ask you to turn that brain of yours on and become a genius. Because you are who you say you are, and you are not who you say you're not. And we start every single session with the affirmation that we are all geniuses. So I want you to make a deal with the person next to you right now that when I ask you to turn to the person next to you, you're going to give your absolute best in building a model of understanding that's complete. Make that deal with the person next to you. So we have this mobile thing called awareness. You know, your awareness is completely mobile. You can unfold the past bitter memory that's tattooed in the recesses of your gray matter, and like magic, you can bring it to life, and in that moment, it's real. And your body, as the unconscious mind, is producing the same chemicals as if you were in the experience. And you just missed the present moment, and you were in the past. And you can begin to anticipate some future worst-case scenario, some potential in the quantum field, and you can emotionally embrace that future reality, and your body, as the unconscious mind, is living in that future reality in the present moment. And you've missed the generous present moment. But paying attention is being present. So if I'm carrying on, and you were thinking about who's feeding your cat back home, or what type of wine you're going to drink tonight, or where you're going to go to dinner, or if you're going to catch your flight, or what you should have said at the business meeting 3 days ago, I want you to make a deal with the person next to you. When they turn and share with you, you say, I have no idea what he said. I have no idea what you said. I was wondering who did your hair. Make that deal with the person next to you, please. You know, the research that's being done on learning right now says that if you come to a concept or an idea that you don't understand, it's like you're reading a book or you're watching a lecture or a video or whatever, and you come to a word or a concept that you don't understand, and you're too lazy to reread that page because you're rushing to finish the book because that's the habit, right? Or the computer's over there and you're over here and you just can't reach and click on thesaurus to find out what that word means. Do you know that if you keep reading past that point, your comprehension goes down incrementally? And 4 pages later, you have no idea what you're reading. Your brain is processing the information, but your awareness is in the freezer with the Haagen-Dazs because you came to something that you didn't understand. So I don't want your model to be incomplete in any way today. And I'm going to challenge you, and I'm going to ask you then to have the experience of it. And the more you can explain this, and the more that you can understand it, and the more that model is complete, the more you assign meaning to what you're doing, the more value you get out of it, the more convicted you become. So, I understand transformation. I work on it every day of my life, personally. I also have the privilege of standing in front of audiences and watch people transform. And it's a beautiful thing to see. But 95% of who we are by the time we're 35 years old is a body-mind. You've practiced something so many times that your body knows how to do it as well as your brain. That's the program. So when you come up against change, a lot of times your body tries to unseat you. So in the middle of the day-to-day, if you glance over at your partner and you are in a robust energy, ready to share, and you see a string of saliva running down their shirt, or you notice one eye closing, or they're yawning, or they're twitching, I want you to make a deal with the person next to you right now that you will do whatever it takes to keep each other awake today, please. So how many people in this room, how many people have never seen me speak, or this is your first time? Okay, so I got to catch all you up, and I have to make sense out of all of this. So how many people in this audience believe that the way you think has an effect on your life? I hope you do. So how many of you actually created a day today or created a future? That's very good. You know why most people don't do it? Because they don't believe it's true. They don't believe that their thoughts have something to do with their destiny. And so then, if your brain literally is an artifact of the past, it's all the knowledge and experience that you've ever had to this moment, then the moment you wake up and you remind yourself of who you are, you're turning on a set of neurological networks in your brain to reaffirm your personality that's connected to your past, present reality. And if you wake up in the morning and then you look at the person next to you and you go, oh my God, I'm in this reality. How did he get here? Yeah. And then you think about all your problems, and you get all those worked out in your brain, and then you feel the emotions of all those problems. And then you go through a routine set of behaviors that you follow every single day. Your body's always following your mind. You think about the toilet, and there you are, right in front of the toilet. You think about the coffee machine, there you are, right in front of the coffee. You think about the shower, there you are in the shower. Then you think about getting dressed, and you're dressed. And your body is always following your mind in the predictable known world. And we can take your past, literally, and lift it up and set it on your future. And that's very Newtonian, because Newtonian physics is all about the predictable. And so the more we get caught up in this loop, or we go through the same routine behaviors, then there is a very strong dance between your outer world and your inner world. Because as you see the person, or you go to the place and you do the exact same thing, it's your external environment that's turning on different circuits in your brain, causing you to think and react equal to everything that you know. And as long as you think equal to everything you know, you keep creating more of what you know, more of the same. So then to change, to truly change, is to think greater than your environment, to think greater than the circumstances in your life, to think greater than the conditions in your world. And every great person in history understood this, whether it was William Wallace, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Joan of Arc, the Wright brothers. They all had a vision. And that vision was alive in their mind. As they began to create an abstraction, they were selecting a new potential in the quantum field. And when they had that potential clear in their mind, they began to emotionally embrace that future reality as if it was happening. They weren't waiting for it to occur to create the emotion. They were creating the emotion ahead of the actual experience. And when you combine a clear intention and an elevated emotion, you just move from living in your past to living in your future. But a new future. So the question is, can you believe in a future that you can't see or experience with your senses yet, but you've thought about enough times in your mind that your brain is literally changed to look like the event has already occurred? Is that possible? And can you fall in love with a new potential that already exists in the quantum field? And can you emotionally embrace that future reality before it's made manifest? So much so that your body, as the unconscious mind, begins to believe it's living in that future reality in the present moment, and you're epigenetically signaling new genes in new ways to change your body to look like the experience has already occurred. Is that possible? Yes. You were here this weekend, weren't you? You heard some great speakers. So if there's physical evidence in your brain and body to look like the experience has already occurred, relax. Because the experience is going to find you. And it's going to come in a way that you least expect. Why? Because if you can expect it, it's nothing new. If you can predict it, it's more of the same. It's got to rock your world. It's got to catch you off guard, and it has to leave no doubt that what you did inside of you produced some effect outside of you. And when you can correlate the changes you made inside of you with the effect you produced outside of you, you will pay attention to what you did, and you'll do it again. And that's called human empowerment. And there isn't a person in this room that's so special to be excluded from that phenomenon. That all of us are divine creators, independent of your gender, your skin color, your race, your culture, your academic status, your social status, your past, that we are divine beings. And the demonstration of our divinity comes in the process of creation. We said that the average human being thinks 60 to 70,000 thoughts in one day. Out of those 60 to 70,000 thoughts in one day, 90% of those thoughts are the same thoughts as the day before. Boring, exactly. I was just finishing a very long trip, 5 weeks on the road, a couple months ago, a month and a half ago. We finished with an advanced workshop in Cabo San Lucas with 550 people, and it was transformational. And then I had to go do a talk in Mexico City to this company, and then I got back, and it was a beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, and I was laying on my back in the gardens, and I was just connecting with the earth, and I was thinking about the observer. And I kind of turned inward to it, and it said to me, Imagine what I have to observe all day long. You know, people's thoughts. It's paying attention. It's a consciousness. But if you're thinking 60 to 70,000 thoughts in one day, and 90% of those thoughts are the same thoughts as the day before, it's going to be, the observer's going to be like, oh, here we go again. Same lifetime, different body. So the same thoughts will always lead to the same choices. Same choices will always lead to the same behaviors. The same behaviors will create the same experiences. The same experiences will produce the same emotions. Those same emotions will drive your very same thoughts. And your biology, your neurocircuitry, your neurochemistry, your genetics, and even your hormonal expression will be equal to how you think, how you act, and how you feel. And how you think, how you act, and how you feel is called your personality. And your personality creates your personal reality. So think about this. The present personality who's sitting here today, called you, has created the present personal reality called your life. Which means then if you want to create a new personal reality, you better start thinking about what you've been thinking about and change it. Yes? Yes. Become aware of your automatic habits and behaviors and modify them. And then look at those emotions that keep you anchored to the past and decide if those emotions belong in your future. You see, most people try to create a new personal reality as the same personality, and it doesn't work. You literally have to become someone else. Turn to the person next to you and explain. Come on. So there's a principle. Come on, are you with me? Is this too much for you? Come on, in my creation today, I said I was going to talk very straight with all of you. Because in one day, why would we want to put any window dressings on this? Because I want to talk to the part of you that already knows this. And I want to inspire you that when you leave this place, that you're going to apply some of these principles into your life. Because the hardest part of all of this, the hardest part of all of it is making the time to do it. That's it. Making time for your precious self, your work in progress, to change your internal states so it's greater than anything in your external environment. And it requires, then, a little practice. So I'm speaking to that part of you that already knows because I want to inspire you to do this. And people around the world that are doing it are sending emails every single week saying the same thing. You're not going to believe this. I actually did it. And it worked. And they're so humble and they feel so great. They're so full of life, and it's not dependent on their age or their gender or any of that stuff. They've transformed themselves because they went into the crucible, just like an alchemist, taking base metals, limited emotions, and turning them into elevated emotions, changing their mind every single day, removing their doubt, removing their unworthiness, breaking habits that keep them connected to the past. And sure, it's uncomfortable. And sure, it requires a Herculean effort at some times. But you know what? You ask that person, tell me about your disease. And they'll say, it was my greatest teacher because I am free of it now. I am born again in the same life. Listen to me, I'm getting spiritual here. You can't take that away from that person. And you know what? They went against convention. They went against the current beliefs of the medical community, their family, their friends. Everybody thought they were crazy. And you know what? Every single day, they were investing their energy and investing their attention into a new future. And where you place your attention is where you place your energy. And their body followed their mind into a new future, just like it followed it to the coffee maker. So then there's a principle in neuroscience that says that nerve cells that fire together wire together. So don't you think if you're thinking the same thoughts every single day, you're firing the same networks and the same patterns? And if you keep firing and wiring, firing and wiring, firing and wiring, it's going to become a little bit more hardwired. Would you agree? Yes. And if you make the same choices every single day, the predictable choices, you would have to agree that you're firing and wiring the same circuits there. Yes? Yes. Come on, give me a nod. Yes. And then if you're demonstrating the same behaviors, automatic behaviors that you don't even know that you do, You know, you complain, you blame, you make excuses, you feel sorry for yourself, you judge everybody, but that's just you. That's normal. And you're not even aware that you do that because that's just hardwired in your brain. If you're firing and wiring those circuits, you're reinforcing and enriching those connections. Would you agree? Yes. It's become part of your biology. And if you keep reproducing the same experiences because you want everything in order in your life in the same way, then you're stamping the same networks of neurons. You're embossing them into the same patterns and sequences every single day, and you are going to continuously reproduce the same level of mind, and it's going to be reflected in the hardwired circuits of your brain. And then all of those experiences, all for what? The feeling that you think is you. And if you keep reproducing that same feeling, you create the same neurotransmitters, you produce the same hormones, and you signal the same genes in the same way. And as your body is a protein-producing machine, and all genes make proteins. And you are selecting and instructing the same genes in the same way, and those genes are going to wear out, just like gears in a car. And now you're headed for a genetic destiny. And you have done nothing wrong. It's just taking a little too long. So then people wait for crisis and trauma and disease and diagnosis and breakdown and loss, and all of a sudden now they're ready to change. They reach the lowest denominator, and they don't feel like themselves any longer. And the moment you don't feel like yourself any longer, you could actually look at yourself. Because you were looking at yourself through the eyes of someone else. And that concept in neuroscience is called metacognition. You can look at your thoughts. You can pay attention to your actions. You can become aware of your feelings. And the moment you're observing it, you're no longer the program. You're the consciousness observing the program, and you're beginning to objectify your subjective self. Then you can say now, I don't want to be that person any longer. And you become aware of all your thoughts. And it's lighting a match in a dark place, and it's not comfortable. And most people would rather turn on the TV or get on their cell phone or, look at Facebook and who's eating carbohydrates and nobody liked me or whatever. People do that because they have to reaffirm some feeling. So then, the moment you say to yourself, I don't care if it's I'm going to get up early and work out, or I'm going to no longer eat sugar, or I don't know, what else. I'm going to go to bed earlier. I'm not going to watch television. The moment you make a decision to do something like that, the moment you make that choice, you're going to feel uncomfortable. The moment you make that choice. Because you just stepped into the unknown. And you know what? The body, when it becomes the mind, is going to cling to the familiar, the habits and emotions that have defined you. So reason this with me. You said to me earlier that you believe that your thoughts have something to do with your destiny. You said that, yes? Yes. And here's my question. If feelings and emotions are the end product of past experiences, and you can remember experiences better because you can remember how they feel, and you can then predict every experience in your life, you can predict the feeling of every experience in your life, you tell me how the unknown is going to show up in your life. It's impossible. Because as long as you can predict the familiar feeling of every event in your life, you already know what's going to happen because you predict the emotion. Turn to the person next to you and explain. Now, how's your model? How's your model coming along? How's your model? Hello? Hi. How's your model? Is it looking okay? So then, would you agree then that when you learn something new, you have a new thought? And a new thought should lead to a new choice. And a new choice should lead to a new behavior. And a new behavior should create a new experience. A new experience should create some new feeling and some new emotion. And that new emotion should inspire new thoughts, and that's called evolution. So then my message is you can learn and change in a state of pain and suffering, or you can learn and change in a state of joy and inspiration. Which would you rather choose? So then, when you're defined by a vision of the future, the moment you ask the question, what would it be like to be healthy? What would it be like to be wealthy? What would it be like to be in love? What would it be like to be healed? What would it be like to be free? What would it be like to be successful? What would it be like to be a great parent, a great leader? The moment you ask that question, that's a frontal lobe question, you turn on the crowning achievement of the human being, the latest piece of neurological machinery. That's the seat of the conscience, the creative center. It's where we have intention, attention. It's where we speculate new possibilities, where we dream, where we restrain emotional reactions. And this boss all of a sudden turns on, the CEO, the symphony leader, and has connections to all other parts of the brain. And like a great symphony leader, it begins to call up different networks of neurons in your brain based on what you've learned intellectually and what you've experienced in your life. And it seamlessly pieces them together to create a vision in your mind. That's called intention. You're selecting a possibility in the quantum field that you haven't experienced yet. A new reality. And for those passionate people, they will begin to emotionally embrace that future reality in the present moment, and they come out of the resting state. And their body is getting a sampling of the future. And now all of a sudden, they went from living in their past to living in their future. And every single one of you in this audience has done that at least once in your life. And then what you did, once you moved into that new state of being, because thoughts are the vocabulary of the brain and feelings are the vocabulary of the body. And how you think and how you feel creates a state of being. That person was in a state of being defined by the vision of the future. And all of you have done that once in your life. The next thing you did is you sat down and you began to rehearse in your mind, think about the choices you were going to make in that day. You were thinking about the behaviors you were going to demonstrate, what actions you were going to take, and you reviewed them in your mind. And as you mentally rehearse and think about your choices and your behaviors, you begin to change your brain to look like the experience has already occurred. You're installing the neurological hardware in your brain, priming it to the future. And then you began to think about your goals and experiences, and you began to emotionally embrace them. And nobody in your life would talk you out of it. No person, no thing, no experience. You were committed to that vision, and your body, every single day, was emotionally embracing it. And then you did something really beautiful. You decided to think about the choices you weren't going to make. Cause you to return back to familiar territory. You began to review your habits and behaviors. You said, I'm not going to go there. You looked at those experiences that you wanted to stay away from, and you reminded yourself that you wouldn't go there. And then you thought, what emotions are going to steal my vision? Because the emotion then is the past. And the moment I'm in this emotion, I can't see the future because I'm looking at it through the lens of the past. And every single day, you were reminding yourself of who you no longer wanted to be. Every single day, you reminded yourself of who you did want to be. And you did it over and over again. And there was a biological change going on in your brain and body. And you know what? When you felt uncomfortable, you went back to that vision and you emotionally embraced it and you began to live it beyond your senses. Because the senses should be the last to experience what the mind has created. And all of a sudden, there came a moment in your life where you knew it was going to happen. You know that moment where you just finally relaxed and you knew it was going to come to you? And you really didn't care about the experience any longer because you already had it. And you were graceful and patient and kind and relaxed and giving because you were connected to that vision. And when it occurred, you fell in love with yourself a little bit more. And when that event occurred in your life, you looked back at your entire past and you didn't want to change anything because it brought you to that moment. And that's the moment you gave up your past. And then, think of a time in your life where you said you were going to do something, you got all inspired and it didn't work. What happened? You know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. You had a vision, and then you got excited about that vision, and then you got busy. Time got in the way. And then you had social engagements and people to take care of and things to do. And then there were times where you just didn't feel like it, You wanted to stay in the familiar emotions of the past, and you excused yourself from mediocrity. And you slipped back into that world. And then you found people in your life to complain to, and they complained to you. And you used them to reaffirm your addiction to suffering. You had a nice emotional contract going on with them. And of course, it's justified. But greatness is unjustified. And so then, you let some element of time stand in the way. You let some aspect of your body get in the way. You didn't feel like it. Your body didn't want to go into the future, and you let the body be the mind. And then, of course, there were people and things and places to go, and you got too busy. You broke a fingernail, or you ran out of paper towels, or stock market went down, or there was a war somewhere, and it affected you. That's the time you should be doing it. And so then I could sit up here today I could sit on that chair and I can tell you story after story of people that have transformed their lives, that would move you over and over again. But they had moments where they didn't feel like doing it, and they did it anyway. And those were their greatest moments. They had doubts. They had fears. They couldn't find anybody that would even believe what they were doing, and you know what? They did it anyway. They had moments where they could excuse themselves because of the conditions in their life. They had no reason to fall in love with life. And you know what? They wouldn't get up from their meditation until they were in love with life. You know what? You know what that means then? That in order for your healing to occur, you have to feel wholeness before the healing. In order for your success to land in your lap, you better feel empowered before that success. In order for you to fall in love with somebody, you better be in love with yourself and in love with life. And if you want that mystical moment to occur in your life, you better be in awe of life so the mystical moment finds you. You know what the word meditation means? The actual literal translation of that symbol of meditation in Tibetan means to become familiar with. The familiarization of self, to know thyself. So then, would you agree then, if you become conscious of your unconscious thoughts, and you're so familiar and conscious of those unconscious thoughts that you would never go unconscious again, you are in the process of meditation? Come on, give me a nod. And if you were to become aware of your automatic habits and behaviors, and you became so conscious of those unconscious actions that you would never go unconscious again because you're so familiar with them, are you in the process of meditation? Yes. Absolutely. And if you were looking at the emotions and kept you committed to the past, and you said, I cannot feel lack if I'm going to be abundant. I got to leave this here. And that's connected to some past experience. And you became aware of that, and you were so aware of it you would never feel lack the rest of the day. Would you agree then, the more familiar you are with those emotions, the less unconscious you would go back into your past? Come on. And if you said, what is the greatest expression of myself that I could be, that I could present to the world today? What does greatness look like? Yeah, Martin Luther King was afraid walking out of his house every single day, but he didn't leave the front door until he was someone else. So then, you share the same brain. And you start thinking about how great people think. Are you firing and wiring new circuits in your brain? Come on. Yes. Come on, am I losing you? Yes. And if you're firing and wiring those circuits in your brain, and then you begin to rehearse mentally your actions, how you're going to behave, there'll come a moment that the inner experience is more real than the outer world. And the thought becomes the experience. You're installing the circuits in your brain. And now your brain is no longer a record of the past. It's a map to the future. Now here's where the rubber hits the road. Because then you'd have to say, can I teach my body emotionally what that future feels like before the actual experience? Yes. Which means then you got to come out of your resting state and you got to teach your body emotionally what abundance feels like. Signaling new genes in new ways, cultivating a new chemical state. And if you're firing and wiring, the hardware program becomes a software program and it becomes automatic. And you're installing the software program and you're going to begin to act and think as that person. Are you with me? And if you were cultivating those emotional states every single day, firing and wiring those same thoughts, will it begin to become familiar to you? Yes. So the process of change requires unlearning and relearning. Yes. Breaking the habit of the old self, reinventing the new self. Pruning synaptic connections, sprouting new connections. Unfiring and unwiring, refiring and rewiring. Overcoming those emotions that keep you anchored to the past and then reconditioning the body to a new mind and to a new emotion. Going from the past to the future, from the known to the unknown. What is the emotional signature of gratitude? When do you give thanks? When you get something. When you receive something. When something's given to you, you give thanks. Or you're in the process of receiving, you give thanks. Yes? So then, If you move into a state of gratitude while you're creating your vision of the future, your body, as the unconscious mind, believes it's happening to you in the present moment. Gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. That means you're going to have to come out of your resting state and open your heart. And we know from our research over and over and over again, all you have to do is combine a clear intention, a vision of the future, with an elevated emotion, a coherent brain, and a coherent heart, and get ready. Your life is about to change because you just changed your energy. And I was saying, I don't know what day it was because I never know what day it is anymore, one of those days, that our students have the ability to anchor their attention in this center. And then they can cultivate elevated emotions like gratitude and joy and inspiration, the love of life. And as they begin to rest their attention in the center and cultivate that emotion, they're broadcasting an electromagnetic signature into the field. It's measurable. And when you're living by the hormones of stress, and you're angry and aggressive and impatient and judgmental, you're drawing from this invisible field and you're turning it into chemistry. And now the field around your body shrinks. How do I know? I measured it. And we also measured when people open their heart, they're actually contributing to the field. And so like dropping a pebble in the water, they're producing a wave, a magnetic field around their body. And if they're able to sustain it, they're dropping pebble after pebble after pebble after pebble, and they're broadcasting a very strong signature. If they feel profoundly, if they can feel deeply more enriched, they're producing a bigger signal. They're dropping a bigger stone in the water, and it's producing a bigger ripple. Now, all energy, all frequency carries information. So this is the magnetic field, and the intent, that is the information that's carried on that wave. So a clear intention and an elevated emotion broadcasts a new signature into the field. They did an experiment when they took a group of people that were expert prayers, and they put 3 vials of DNA in front of them. And they said to these people, with all of your intention, your mind, your intention, we want you to see this DNA unwind and wind in your mind. And they did it for a period of time, and they checked the DNA, and guess what happened? Nothing. Intention did nothing to change the DNA. Then they said to them, okay, cultivate an elevated emotion like loving kindness, goodwill, compassion, care, gratitude, and just radiate this emotion into the field. Did it over and over again, and they checked the DNA, and nothing happened. But when they said to those people, we want you to see this DNA unwinding in your mind and give thanks for it unwinding ahead of the actual experience, guess what happened? 25% of the DNA unwound at a remote location. You see, the thoughts that you think are the electrical charge in the quantum field. And the feelings that you emote is the magnetic charge in the quantum field. And how you think and how you feel broadcasts an electromagnetic signature that influences every single atom in your life. The thought sends the signal out, and the feeling draws the event back. So if you're thinking positively and you're feeling negatively, that's a pretty mixed up signal. Would you agree? If you got your dream board with your SUV and your fingernails and your hairstyle and the house in the background and the dog on the side all groomed, but you feel unworthy, it's mind and body in opposition. So then, if you are going to emulate the divine, you have to become divine. If you are going to be unlimited, you better feel unlimited when it comes time to create. And if you are going to produce some magnificent experience in your life, you better feel magnificent. And you have to come out of your resting state and leave all that doubt and all that guilt in the past, and you have to become someone else when it comes time to the creative process. So then, you understand then that when you have a thought in your brain, you turn on a set of circuits that produces a level of mind, and those circuits fire in a very specific sequence, pattern, and combination. And whenever you make the brain turn on, you're producing mind. Mind is the brain in action. The moment you remind yourself of anything, you produce certain chemicals in your body, and those chemicals then cause you to feel certain ways. So if you think an unworthy thought or a self-depreciating thought, you're going to feel unworthy. Would you agree? Yes. The moment you feel unworthy, your brain is checking in with your body, and you're going to begin to fire and wire and activate more thoughts equal to your unworthiness. Come on, yes? And then those thoughts are going to produce more chemicals of unworthiness, and then those unworthy feelings are going to drive more unworthy thoughts, and you're going to accept, believe, and surrender to those thoughts as if they're true. And you are going to program your autonomic nervous system into a destiny. And the redundancy of that cycle, the repetition of thinking and feeling and feeling and thinking, conditions the body to become the mind of unworthiness. Now it's programmed subconsciously. And it feels really good to feel bad. Because you would rather hold on to the unworthiness than step into the unknown. Because the unknown, you can't feel anything. You can't predict anything. So then the hardest part about change is what? Not making the same choices you did the day before. And most people, they go, I am not going to complain, I'm not going to suffer, I'm not going to blame, I'm not going to make excuses, I'm going to feel sorry for myself, I'm not going to judge. Yahoo! First 10 minutes, first hour, everything's really great. And all of a sudden, your body has modified its receptor sites for more chemicals of suffering. And it's saying, what is going on up there? And the body starts sending signals back to the brain because it wants to return back to familiar territory because it's the mind. That's 95% of who most people are. So we start off with good intentions, but the body's programmed and anchored to the past. So then, just like an addict craving chemicals, the body's craving the emotions it's addicted to. It starts sending signals back to the brain. Just like when someone's addicted to whatever, they start craving the very thing they're trying to overcome. So all of a sudden, the brain starts turning on and says, it's your mother's fault. It's your horoscope. This doesn't feel right. It's taking too long. What's wrong with me? And it's trying to produce the same chemicals so that you return back to the same person. And it's assaulting you with thoughts. And if you respond to that thought as if it's true, the same thought leads to the same choice. The same choice leads to the same behavior. The same behavior creates the same experience. The same experience produces the same emotion. You say, oh, God, I feel like myself. I was almost feeling worthy for a minute. Oh, I'm back to my unworthiness. Woo! So the moment you decide to not think the same way, act the same way, feel the same way, you're stepping into the river of change. And get ready. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to feel unfamiliar. There's going to be uncertainty. There's going to be a certain amount of unpredictability, but at least you're alive. You're no longer the hobbit eating bacon and eggs. You're going on an adventure. And all of a sudden now, when you step into that river, there should never be a moment where you're white-knuckling it. What you want to do then is understand that it is the biological, the neurological, the chemical, the hormonal, and genetic death of the old self. Because you're no longer doing the same things, thinking the same way, and feeling the same emotions, and your body is going in to change. The butterfly from the caterpillar, no longer eating green leaves, going within and transforming. And so then, when you're in that river of change, you are in the unknown. You are in the void, and of course, you cannot predict your future. But the best way to predict your future is to create it. Not from the known, but from the unknown. So you begin to think about the thoughts you do want to fire and wire in your brain, what behaviors you're going to demonstrate, what feelings and emotions you can begin to teach your body to live by. And if you do that over and over again, you cross that river. And you know what? You're not visualizing anything going away in your body. You're literally becoming someone else. And so many people who have done this, their disease disappeared. Disappeared. Because the disease existed in the old personality. They're literally a new personality. And just like a person with a multiple personality disorder that has an allergy to nylon stockings in one personality and has different eyes and color in another personality and has type 2 diabetes in another personality, they literally became someone else. And the disease existed in the old personality. To change is to be greater than your environment. Remember I said that? Come on. So then would you agree then to change is also to be greater than your body? Because if you condition your body to become the mind of some emotion or it's living in the habit, then you have to be greater than your body. And if you are using your body to reaffirm your emotional state, then for the most part, then you cannot get beyond your body. You will never heal. Which means then, in order for you to heal your body, you got to get beyond your body. In order to change some aspect of your identity, you got to get beyond your identity. In order for you to create something out of nothing, you have to get to nothing. If you want to create some event out of nowhere, you got to get to nowhere. And if you want to create some new future event in time, you got to get beyond your predictable time. And you have all the biological and neurological machinery to do this, and it's a skill. Remember I said you think certain thoughts, they produce certain chemicals for you to feel a certain way? You think a guilty thought, you're going to feel guilty, yes? The moment you feel guilty, your brain is going to check in with your body, and you're going to think more guilty thoughts, which means if you can't think greater than how you feel, our feelings have become the means of thinking, then your body as the unconscious mind does not know the difference between an actual experience in your life that's creating the emotion and the emotion that you're creating by thought alone, that your body is believing it's in the same past experience 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And if you condition your body to become the mind of that emotion, your body literally is in the past. Come on, think about this. Your body is an unconscious mind. It's programmable. It does not know the difference between an actual experience in your life that creates an emotion or an emotion that you create by thought alone. So if you're caught in the loop of thinking and feeling and feeling and thinking, I don't know, let's be conservative, for 35 years, and your body has been accustomed to that emotional state, and you're so guilty you don't even know that you're guilty, it just feels like you, would you agree then, by being in that loop, your body is believing it's in the same past experience over and over again. It's re-experiencing the same event over and over again because it doesn't know the difference. So if you condition your body to become the mind of that emotion, then your body literally is in the past. And you cannot create a new future when your body emotionally is anchored to the past. Now listen, I have sat with my body for hours. And it has thrown everything at me. You know, all the past, all the emotions, wants to get up, all that stuff. And every time my body's like an unbridled stallion, wanting to run all over the place. You know what I say to it when it does that? That's all you got? That's it? That's your best? And I say, you know what? We're going to sit here till you're done. And then when you're done, I'm going to recondition you to a new mind. And you are going to be so happy that you're happy. Now that's to me, because every time I've done this, and I've sat with my body for hours, and it's been all over the place, and just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I went a little further, and it finally let go. And I went from particle to wave, from matter to energy. I liberated energy, and my body was no longer in the past. Every time I've done that, the thought has taught me, that was so worth it. Because I didn't need anybody outside of me to change my internal state. I did it myself. And my energy was different from the rest of the day. And I was literally a different state of being. So then people around the world that are in our work that are doing the miraculous understand that they have to get to the present moment first. They have to literally pull their body out of the past. And you are going to learn how to do that today. Because when you find the sweet spot of the generous present moment, that's where you have access to all potentials in the quantum field. And then this funny, ironic thing happens. The moment you're in the present moment, the divine in you, the power within you, the giver of life within you, all of a sudden it's been observing you the entire time. It's omnipotent. It's omnipresent. It is a consciousness. Consciousness is awareness, and awareness is paying attention. It is standing still right there waiting for you. And everybody is all over the place in their thoughts. I want this, I want that. Should I do this? Should I do that? And the observer is going like this. Just tell me what you want. Just tell me what you want. But when you're completely present in the moment, your consciousness is aligning to that consciousness. And just like you know when someone's present with you because they're paying attention, the same exact principle applies to this divine being within you. You have to line up with it, and you have to be completely present. And the moment your consciousness merges with that consciousness, the moment that occurs, you begin to feel more whole. And you know what? There'll come a moment where you feel so whole from that experience, it's impossible to want. How can you want when you're whole? And all the things you thought you want, you no longer want because you're whole. And that's the moment it happens. Over and over again. And we've measured this on people's brains. We've measured it in their hearts. And all of a sudden, that brain all of a sudden gets highly organized. The left side is talking to the right side. The front is talking to the back. Different networks of neurons are synchronizing. And this whole brain state, the union of two hemispheres, the union of polarity, all of a sudden ignites. And that person, all of a sudden, the energy moves right into their heart, and their heart gets highly coherent. And now they have a coherent brain and a coherent heart, and they're broadcasting a very coherent signature into the field. And I call that the natural state of being. And I have witnessed it in meditations. We're looking at the person's brain during the meditation, and I walk around and I look at that person, and there are tears of joy running down their face because they are connected to Source. Now, this isn't some metaphysical concept. This is an actual experience. So here's my question. Is it worth it? Is it worth overcoming yourself? Because I've looked at thousands and thousands of brain scans, and I can tell you, you are at your absolute best when you get beyond yourself. No doubt. That means when you reach that moment where your consciousness merges with that greater consciousness that's both within you and all around you, you're not a name. You're not a gender. You're not a face. You're not a hairstyle. You're not a profession. You're not a skin color. You're not a sexual preference. You're not a vegetarian. You're not a social security number. You're not a past. You're not a future. You're not a body. You are pure consciousness. And you have to surrender an aspect of your limited self to join the greater self. And it requires a tremendous amount of awareness. But consciousness is awareness. So then, last thought. If you keep thinking the same thoughts that are producing the same chemicals, and those same chemicals are driving the same thoughts, and your body's believing it's living in the past experience, what about your genes? Your genes. Think about this. Your body is a protein-producing machine. Muscle cells make muscle proteins called actin and myosin. Skin cells make skin protein called collagen and elastin. Your immune system makes immune proteins called antibodies. Your stomach cells make stomach proteins called enzymes. Your eye cells make eye proteins called keratin. Your body's a protein-producing machine. Now, proteins are responsible for the structure and the function of your body. That's what proteins do. So then, in order for your cells to make proteins, a gene has to be regulated. So for every single protein in your body, for every cell that's making a protein, the gene has to be expressed to make that protein. So then, think about this. When they mapped the human genome, they said, okay, there's 100,000 proteins in the body, so there should be 100,000 genes for every one of those proteins. And then there's 40,000 regulatory proteins that help make those 100,000 proteins. So 100,000 plus 40,000 is 140,000. So we should have 140,000 genes for those 140,000 proteins. So they mapped the human genome, and they found that we have 23,688 genes as human beings. We are 300 genes away from a chimpanzee. We're 70% rat, some more than others, but roughly 70%. So then how is that possible? That you have more proteins than genes. Because in one gene, you can have 35,000 variations on one gene. 35,000 variations on one gene. So now, think about this. There are experience-dependent genes. There are behavior-dependent genes, which means when you have a new experience, when you behave differently, you express a new gene. And that new gene makes a new protein. And it changes the structure and function of your body. But if you're thinking the same way, you're acting the same way, and you're feeling the same way, you're activating the same genes in the same way. So then, All organisms in nature are protein-producing machines. And so then an organism faces very difficult conditions in its environment. And because the conditions in its environment causes them to change their behaviors and adapt to those environmental conditions, the moment they change their behaviors and do something different, they're going to have a new experience. Would you agree? When they have the new experience, the chemical feedback from their senses actually ignites and instructs a new gene, and they begin to express a new protein. And by changing their behaviors over time, they're knocking on the genetic door, and all of a sudden, the body begins to produce a new protein. So if it's temperature, thicker fur. Fur is a protein. If it's a predator, longer legs. It's a protein. If it's a predator above, camouflage. That's a protein. If it's altitude, hemoglobin binds to oxygen. It's a protein. If it's a current, bigger tail fin. So then here's my question. If you're experiencing the same reality every single day, and your predictable life is the same, you would have to agree then, by you not changing anything about yourself, you're keeping the same genes on and the other genes off. Yes? And now you're headed for a genetic destiny. Yes? So genes are like Christmas tree lights. They're turning on and off all the time. When they turn on, we call it upregulating. And when they upregulate, they make healthy proteins. And then when they turn the lights off, that's called downregulating, and that begins to make a cheaper protein. So take a group of stressed out executives. They say to these guys and women, okay, we're going to teach you how to find the present moment. We're going to teach you how to breathe, and we're going to teach you how to move differently. And they do it for 6 weeks. At the end of 6 weeks, they regulate 1,561 new genes. Over 800 genes they upregulate for growth and repair, and they begin to downregulate 700 genes for inflammation and disease, turning on new lights, turning off old lights. Take a group of men with prostatic propensities, prostatic cancer, early stage. You take these men, you teach them how to find the present moment and meditate. You teach them how to express their emotions. You teach them how to make better choices in their life. At the end of the experiment, 400 new genes are upregulated for health, and 43 genes are downregulated for prostatic cancer. Turning on new lights, turning off old lights. And the telomeres on the end of the cells, the shoestrings that determine your biological age, on the average are 10% longer. Because telomeres shorten as you age. One man, 25% of his telomeres lengthened. He got 25% of his life back. Now, here's my question. If your emotions then are really signal the gene, because it's the emotion that actually activates the outside of the cell, and that emotion then begins to unlock the gene. If you keep thinking and feeling in the same cycle, you keep the same lights on and the other lights off, because nothing new is happening, and your body is believing it's in the same redundant experience over and over again. So here's my question. Can you signal the gene ahead of an experience? Come on. You take a group of diabetics and have them watch a comedy show for an hour. At the end of the comedy show, an hour later, you measure their blood sugar levels after a meal. They're almost normal, because they laughed and regulated all these new genes. Turning on new lights, turning off old lights. So then if you're embracing a future reality before it's made manifest, and you understand that the emotion is the chemical signature of the event ahead of the actual event, ahead of the experience, then you should be upregulating new genes. Is that possible? Yes. So this woman comes to our event in Holland, and I'm watching her walk in this audience, and she's on crutches, and she has a wheelchair, and she sits on the side of the room. And this woman had a very rough experience. Her husband, on a Sunday morning, said goodbye to his children. She was in the shower, said goodbye to her, yelled in the shower, went to the tallest building in Amsterdam and jumped off the top of the building, committed suicide. Stressful event? Yes. So then the moment the event occurs, you would have to agree that it brands her emotionally. Right. She starts to feel what? Sadness, pain, shock. She was angry, resentful. She felt guilty. She couldn't understand. And all of those emotions were the end product of the experience. Yes? Yes? Now, what she didn't know is that every time she thought about the event, she was producing the same chemistry in her brain and body as if the event was occurring, and she was conditioning her body emotionally into the past. So then, the event occurs, and then there's a refractive period of chemicals that causes you to feel altered from the event. That's what emotions do. And they're creating a long-term memory, and then all of a sudden that refractory period lasts for a period of time, and it turns into a mood. And she can't think greater than how she feels. Feelings become the means of thinking, and now it turns into a temperament, one long emotional reaction for months. Now, it's a scientific fact that the hormones of stress push the genetic buttons that create disease, that stress down-regulates genes that create disease. So now, everybody in her life is treating her equal to how she's feeling, because now they know that her husband committed suicide, and so now she's getting what? A reinforcement of her personality. So then, one morning she wakes up, and she's paralyzed. She can't get out of bed. She signaled the wrong gene. The gene was expressed, and all of a sudden now she's paralyzed from the waist down. They bring her into the emergency room. They do all the tests, and they can't find anything wrong with her, so they diagnose her with neuritis, which means your nerves are inflamed. So they do all these treatments. Nothing changes it. She's bedridden. Now she can't take care of her children. She can't work. She's a psychotherapist. She has to cancel all of her appointments. She now can't make money, so now she's compromised in that way, and her mother has to move in with her. Stress levels go up or down. Now her stress levels go up. She's signaling more genes in the wrong way. 2.5 months later, all of a sudden, she can't swallow. She goes to the doctor, and she has large ulcerations in all of her mucous membranes, this big. And her mouth, her upper stomach, her esophagus, her vagina, her bladder, and her anus. Stress levels go up or down. Because remember, stress is when your body's knocked out of homeostasis. Now she can't eat. And because she can't eat, she's more chemically out of balance. A few months later, things are getting worse. She goes to the doctor. They diagnose her with esophageal cancer. Stress levels go up or down. Because once you hear the C word, what's the emotion you feel? Fear. So now you'll only accept, believe, and surrender to the thoughts equal to that emotional state. So now she's getting the voodoo curse because it's programming her into a future. And she's a psychotherapist, so she comes to the event, and I start talking about all these things, and she could understand it intellectually, but she couldn't get past her emotional body because her body was in the past, and it bothered her. And because she couldn't get her mind to do what she wanted it to do, she said, I'm going to do this. She became convicted. So her and her friends fly from Amsterdam 3 months later to an event I'm doing in New York, outside of New York City. And it was an amazing group of people, and I pushed them way past where they normally would go. And she had a breakthrough. For the first time, she felt like herself, and she had a vision. Not like she was visualizing. She got a vision of her future. And you know what? She went back to Holland, and every single day she did her meditation. She never missed a day in being defined by a vision of the future instead of a memory of the past. Now, here's my first question. You think there were days she didn't feel like doing it?
Yes.
She was sick, but guess what? She understood that in order for her to heal her body, she had to get beyond her body. And every day, she did her meditation. And here's my next question. You think there were some days that she doubted that she could heal herself?
Yes.
You think there were some days that she was reaching her lowest point and she had not a lot of faith? Think that's fun. Guess what? She did her meditation anyway. And then you know what she said that was so brilliant? She stood in front of an audience in Barcelona of 500 people because I was walking off the stage. And as I was walking off the stage on the break, she handed me an envelope. And I recognized her, but I didn't know who she was. So I read the story. She told me the story. I got her up on the stage in Barcelona in front of the people, had her tell the story. She said, I decided that every single day that when I finished my meditation, I was going to be in love with life. Now, think about this. Did she have any reason to be in love with life? To the materialist, the answer is no. She had cancer. She couldn't take care of her kids. She lost her job. She had no money. It sounds like a country western song. Nothing was going right for her. But you know what? She was going to teach her body emotionally what that future would be like. And she wouldn't get up until she changed her state of being. And she understood that she was her own genetic engineer, and she understood that by creating that elevated emotion, she was signaling new genes. And she understood that it took her some time to create the condition, so it was going to take her some time to uncreate the condition. And because of the amplitude of that event produced such a strong emotional quotient, she realized that she had to overcome with a greater emotional state when she finished, and knocking on the genetic door would sooner or later program the gene. She stood on the stage in front of the audience in Barcelona that day, and she said, I wanted to know, I just came from my doctor, and I have no evidence of cancer in my body. I have no ulcerations in any of the mucous membranes anywhere in my body. I have a little scar in the back of my throat. And she said, I have no paralysis, no pain, no numbness in my legs, and I have a new husband. And I said, new personality, new personal reality. The disease exists in the old self. And I said to her, when you look back at that experience where your husband took his life, how do you feel? She said, I don't feel anything any longer. And I said, a memory without the emotional charge is called wisdom. And you are a wise lady. Now, guess what? Don't you know if she didn't overcome her past, people would say to her, why are you this way? And what do you think she would say? I am this way because of this event that happened to me 2 years ago, which means I have not been able to change since that experience. That experience altered me. And you know, every time I go to Europe, I have dinner with her because she's the living example of truth. I would rather have dinner with her than any celebrity, any academic, because she's the real thing. So I was at this conference in London a few months ago. I don't know how I wind up at some of these conferences. But I didn't want to, it was kind of this conference on marketing and money, and I was in the back of the room and I was thinking, what the hell am I doing in this place? And they're talking about how you should, market yourself and strategies, and I'm sitting in the back of the room going, oh my God, I'm going to say the exact opposite. So I ran up to my room and I changed the PowerPoint, and I came down and I said, listen, I'm going to tell you to do everything the opposite way. If you're going after it and you're trying to force it and control it, then you know what? You're matter trying to change matter. If you create from the fifth dimension, it's going to come to you. And you should never get in the way of it. So I changed the whole thing. And anyway, I was talking about signaling new genes, And this woman came from Holland just to see me and have dinner and just to chat. And she was in the audience. And I was talking about epigenetically signaling new genes in new ways. And it dawned to her that she had one chemotherapy treatment, one for her cancer right after the diagnosis, and the intensity of it shut off her salivary glands. And so she had no saliva in her mouth. And, after that one treatment, she said, there's no way I'm going to do this. It's going to kill me. And so as I was talking, she was saying, well, I epigenetically signaled new genes to overcome cancer. Maybe I should signal those genes in my salivary glands to all of a sudden make saliva. This is how simple she is. Now, would it be a big deal for her if she just overcame cancer to change this? So I don't know. She didn't tell me anything about that. But then 2 months later, I'm in Munich. And I take a group of people to dinner, and I ask her to come. And she's sitting next to me, and we had a glass of wine or two, and she starts laughing. And she says, you're not going to believe this. But, I have to put a cloth on my chest now because I salivate so much during my meditations. So, to me, she is precious beyond measure. To me, she is a jewel. Because in those dark nights, in those lonely moments where she was just looking for someone else that was doing what she was doing, and she invested every day her attention and her energy into that future, and she wouldn't get up until she was someone else. And she stood on the stage and she said, I'm so in love with my life. This wasn't conscious, just kind of came out. And I said, of course you should be in love with your life. You created from the state of being every single day called being in love with life. So then, common people around the world are doing the uncommon. And not only did she change her health, but she's created some pretty miraculous things in her life now. She's working as a consultant for a couple big companies. I sat with her and I gave her permission to use some of my work. She's running two companies with thousands and thousands of employees and creating cultural change. And you know what? She gets to stand in front of an audience and talk about it because she's not a philosopher. She's mastering herself. So then, the question I ask all audiences is that, can you love yourself enough to do this? Because that's what it requires, yeah? Because if you really choose yourself, there's nobody there, that's going to choose you. There's no chosen anything. You choose yourself. And that picture of the Sistine Chapel, and you see that brain, the profile of the brain, and you see this white guy with a beard, supposed to be God, reaching way out of the brain, and his foot's in the subconscious, and the angels are holding him, and he's reaching way out for man. And what kind of effort is man making? Don't you know that's why you're fascinated by that image? You think that it's some beautiful... That is the subconscious symbol. Don't you know that? But listen, I can tell you story after story. When your will matches the will within you, the intelligence that's giving you life, it's got an amazing will. Would you agree? Yeah. It's giving you life every moment. When your mind matches its mind, it's got a huge to-do list to keep you alive. As a matter of fact, if you were to keep yourself alive, you would be dead in 10 seconds. You couldn't keep up with all those functions. And one cell in your body goes through the order of 100,000 to 1 trillion chemical reactions in 1 second. Multiply that by the 70 trillion cells that make up your body. Can you keep track of that? And even on the days where you didn't want to live, it loved you into life. So when your will matches its will, when your mind matches its mind, and when your love for life matches its love for life, it will always answer the call. And you know what? Our students in our advanced workshops, I've fallen in love with them, because there's some days we start at 4 in the morning. You know why? Because they want the mystical experience more than their sleep. They want the unknown more than their coffee. They want their own personal freedom more than their passionate past. And you know what? They're saying, I don't want food, I don't want sleep, I don't want my identity, I want you. You are the object of my affection today. And they are lining up with that divine, and when they make contact with it, they take a piece of it with them. And they become more like it, more loving, more giving. It's a giver of life. More conscious. It's an amazing consciousness. More willful. Its nature becomes their nature. Its mind becomes their mind, and they are one with it. And when that elegant moment occurs to them, and they have this tremendous feeling, they would never give this feeling up for anyone or anything. And that's the beginning of unconditional love. Would you agree? Yes. How many people made a few new synaptic connections in the first part of this day today? I'm talking to the part of you that already knows this. That's why I'm talking so intently. I have a short amount of time, and I want to deliver a very concise message, and I want to inspire you to apply it to your lives. Yes? Yes. So, you live in two states of mind. You either live in a state of survival, or you live in a state of creation. That's it. And living in survival is living in stress. And stress is when your body is knocked out of homeostasis. Stress is when your body's knocked out of balance. The stress response is what your body innately does to return itself back to order. Now you have 3 types of stress. You have physical stress like trauma, injuries, accidents, falls. You have chemical stress like pesticides and pollutants and bacteria and viruses and hangovers and blood sugar levels. And then you have emotional stress like traffic jams, internet connections, second mortgages, single parenting, family tragedies. And all of those things knock your brain and body out of balance. Now, all organisms in nature can tolerate short-term stress. Zebra gets chased by the lion. If the zebra outruns the lion, it goes back into balance and it starts grazing again. But the moment the zebra perceives a threat in its external environment, it begins to turn on a primitive nervous system called the fight-or-flight nervous system or the sympathetic nervous system, and it mobilizes enormous amounts of energy for some threat in its external environment. So all of its attention goes on its outer world because that's where the danger is. And it's focusing on objects and things and matter because her senses are heightened from those very chemicals. And she becomes a materialist looking for danger. Does that make sense? Now, when you and I perceive a threat in our external world, we do the exact same thing. We draw from this invisible field of energy and turn it into chemistry. And when the field around our body shrinks and our senses become heightened and we become materialists, defining reality, and we look for objects and matter and things, which means we are excluding possibility. Now, human beings have the natural propensity, because of the size of the new brain, to turn on the stress response just by thought alone. You can think about your problems, and you can produce the same chemicals as if the event was occurring. So when you turn on the stress response and you can't turn it off, now you're headed for disease, because no organism can live in emergency mode for extended periods of time. Because if you're mobilizing all this energy for some threat in your external environment, there's no energy in your internal environment for growth and repair, no energy for long-term building projects. Those chemicals of stress give the brain and body a rush of energy. And we become addicted to that rush of adrenaline, that rush of energy. And we use the problems and conditions in our life to reaffirm our addiction to those emotions. Now think about this. What is your definition of an addiction? Isn't it something you can't stop? Yes? So if you were feeling really sad or feeling really angry and miffed, and I came up to you and said, hey, I know you're really angry, but why don't you just stop? What would you say? Don't say it. Now, valid or not, if you can't stop your reaction, then on some level you would have to agree that you're addicted to it. Now, those 1,200 chemicals that are released in your body last for 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And I always tell my kids the same thing. If you're angry for more than 2 minutes, you're faking it. Because you're keeping those chemicals alive. Would you agree? Now, is there anything wrong with reacting? No, I react all the time. The question is, how long are you going to react? Because if you keep that same reaction going on for extended periods of time, you're keeping the very chemicals going that are pushing the genetic buttons that create the disease. You know, when you react and you're knocked out of homeostasis, you have a stress reaction, and the emotions that you typically feel are aggression, anger, hostility, frustration, impatience, anxiety, fear, sadness, pain, guilt, shame, depression, hopelessness, powerlessness. You know, psychology calls those normal human states of consciousness. Those are altered states of consciousness. Does that make sense? Yes. When you feel that emotion because somebody did something to you or you're reacting, and you can't control it, then you would have to agree you're a victim to whatever it is that's doing that. Yes? So then, when you react and you're altered emotionally, I want you to pay attention. There'll always be a gap between the way things appear and the way things really are. And if you act during that refractory period where you're altered, you're always going to say the same thing. I should have never said that. I should have never done that. I should have never thought that. I should have never sent that email. We call that in our offices, she took the poison. Because you're altered in that way. So learning how to shorten the refractory period of your emotional reactions is called emotional intelligence. And if you want to teach your kids anything, teach them that. Because they're no longer clustered or connected to those emotions and they can get on with their life. They'll never be in their past. And they'll forgive themselves and forgive others as well. Does that make sense? Yes. Now, when you're in that stress response, the very chemicals of the cocktail of chemicals of the stress hormones causes your body to really become heightened energetically. And when that occurs, because there's a threat in your external environment, you're only going to pay attention to 3 things. You're going to want to take care of your body because there's danger out there, so you're going to put attention on your body. Because there's danger in your environment, you're going to put all of your attention on your environment. And what is your environment made of? People and things and places and pets and objects. Yes? And you are going to be concerned about time. The body, the environment, and time. Because when the zebra sees the lion and its auburn eyes in the Serengeti, the moment it perceives the predator, all of a sudden, when those juices turn on, she's got to take care of her body. She's thinking about where in her environment where she's going to go and how much time she has to get there. And so then people begin to believe that they're a body living in an environment and living in time. And the very chemicals begin to endorse the ego. And when you're under stress, you will be selfish. You will be self-involved, self-indulgent, self-serving, self-important, self-aggrandizing, full of self-pity. It's all about the self. And you will define yourself as a body in the environment and time. And because you are drawing from this invisible field of energy and turning it to chemistry, the moment that happens, you become more matter and less energy. And you feel separate from possibility. And because of that, you are matter trying to change matter. And it's going to take a certain amount of time, and you will always try to force the outcome. You'll always try to manipulate the outcome. You'll always try to control the outcome. You'll always try to predict the outcome because you're matter trying to influence matter. So then if those chemicals are addictive, and they are, and you can turn on the stress response just by thought alone, that means you can become addicted to your own thoughts. That means you can't stop thinking the same way. And if your attention, when you're under stress, is on objects and things and matter, then you're going to begin to obsess about your external life. And you're going to keep all your attention on your outer reality as if that's where reality is. And you're going to believe the outer world is more real than your inner world. And if you're using the people and conditions in your life to reaffirm your addiction, you'll become addicted to your past, present life. And this is why change is so hard. So then, if the hormones of stress push the genetic buttons that create disease, and you can turn on the stress response just by thought alone, then your thoughts can make you sick. And I was just invited to the conference there, the Mind and Life conference at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. They had 75 researchers and scientists with the Dalai Lama. I was invited. And so I write down on a piece of paper when it comes time to ask the questions. I say, we all know that the hormones of stress push the genetic buttons that create disease, down-regulating genes.
My name is Liz Dawn, and I'm with Celebrate Your Life Events. And the presentation that you've been listening to was recorded live at one of our Celebrate Your Life conferences. And this program was created exclusively for Evan's audience. And I'm super thrilled to share this information with you. So come check us out. Take a look at all of our retreats and programs and conferences that we have to offer. Click the link below, and hopefully I'll see you in person. All right, now let's get back to the presentation.
And I say, in human beings, because of the size of the neocortex, we can turn on the stress response just by thought alone. Now, this conference was called the Mind-Body Conference. So then I write, i.e. Well, then, it means then our thoughts literally could make us sick. So if our thoughts could make us sick, could our thoughts make us well? And this is them. They're reading the paper and they go, Nobody wanted to answer the question. This is the Mind-Body Conference. So then, when you overcome the addiction to that emotion, you are freeing your body from the chains of the past. And when you overcome an addiction, the side effect is called joy. It is the absence of the addiction because the body is no longer tormented by the same emotions. I was just on a talk show in Mexico City. You know, the theme was happiness, and everybody's running around, let's get happy, you know. And this happens to me all the time. I'm on a television show, and all of a sudden, here comes the camera, right? I got 30 seconds because the light is blinking. Now it's 20 seconds. And they say, so how do we get happy? I got 20 seconds now. And I looked at the woman and I said, stop being unhappy. Stop thinking the thoughts that make you feel bad. Stop doing the things that make you unhappy. Stop romancing those emotions. And then she said, well, is there any diet, of course, is always great, any diet we could go on, or anything we should avoid and not eat? I said, yeah, you know the best fast you could go on? Stop complaining. Give your body a break. Don't you know that when you complain, you're enslaving it to be a victim? Don't you know what you're doing? You're feeding a community of 70 trillion cells the same chemical information. And those cells are going to adapt to the master who's running the show. So then, valid, justified or not, if you can't control your emotional reaction, then you're addicted to it. Would you agree? Yes. So that anger is a big one, fear is a big one, sadness is a big one, because we're wired for that in our amygdala. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's who we have to be, because those areas in the amygdala, in the brain, the survival center, are neuroplastic. They can rewire. Don't you know that if you're studying normal, you'll see normal? If you're studying natural, you'll see natural. But I'm interested in supernatural. So then, you ever notice that when you're living by the hormones of stress, you're obsessing about one thing? Do you ever notice when you're living by the hormones of stress, out of the infinite potentials in the quantum field, you're selecting the worst one? And you're emotionally embracing it, and you're putting all of your attention on it, and you're getting ready for it to happen. You know why? Because in survival, anything less than happens that's less than the worst thing that happens is a better chance of survival for you. So you're predicting the worst and getting ready for it because you'll survive if anything less happens. Does that sound like a healthy way to live? I call that a poor imagination. And your body is basically living in the anxiety of that future. And if you keep unfolding those past bitter memories and you keep bringing them up over and over again, sooner or later you're going to enslave your body into hopelessness and powerlessness. And you're going to say, get up, body, and it's going to say, why? You've trained me to be this way. So then, by focusing on objects and obsessing about things and keeping your attention on the outer world and keeping your brain in a super aroused state, the brain starts to malfunction if it's staying in that aroused state for extended periods of time. And just like when you get selfish when you're living by the hormones of stress, your brain does exactly the same thing. Different compartments, different neurological networks, different communities of neurons, different networks begin to subdivide. They all start taking care of themselves. And when that happens, they start firing out of order. And if you were to measure the brainwave patterns of that, it's very incoherent. It's very choppy. It's like a group of people with no rhythm banging on the drums at the same time. And when your brain is incoherent, you're incoherent. And you will literally keep all of your attention on the outer world, because why would you want to close your eyes and go within when there's danger out there? And so people will become seduced by their external world, and they'll consume, and they'll overuse, and they'll underuse, and they'll do whatever it is to regulate their internal states, because they believe that their outer world is where reality is. They're focusing on the particle in quantum physics and not on possibility. So then, you ever notice when you're truly in that creative state that you're so present and you're so in love with what you're creating that you lose track of time and space and you forget about yourself? Ever notice that? That's the elegant moment of creation. And in that moment where you are truly present, you forget that you have a body. You become nobody. You forget that you're somebody, as an identity. You become no one. You forget that you have some things. You become nothing. You forget where you're sitting. You go nowhere. And you fall out of time. You become nobody, no one, no thing, in no time. And that's the moment you begin to merge with the quantum field. And the quantum field is an invisible field of intelligence that exists beyond this space and time. There's no people there, there's no things there, there's no places, there's no objects, there's no bodies. It's only a field of information, of light and consciousness. And if you merge with that field, you will go from somebody to nobody to everybody. From someone to no one to everyone. From something to nothing to be in the field where everything exists. From somewhere to nowhere to everywhere. From some time to no time to every time. And that is the moment now you are ready to create. Because as we say in our advanced workshops, that's the moment you are no longer separate from anything. You are in the field of oneness. The unified field. And just like your hand is an extension of your body, when it comes time to create, you are not creating from separation. You are just selecting what's already there. But you can't do it as a body. That means if you are going to heal your body, you've got to get beyond your body. If you're going to change something in your life, you've got to forget about your life. If you're going to overcome some disease, you've got to forget about your identity. Become no one. And we had a woman, I'm not kidding you, that came to the advanced workshop just last weekend in Seattle. Our follow-up. We do a follow-up every November. And this woman was scheduled for surgery. Extreme pain in her body, down both her legs. She was limping the whole bit. And she asked if she could come on the stage and tell her story. She's from Mexico City. She tried everything. Everything. They were going to cut her back and put in these steel rods. You know what? The moment she became nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time, you know what happened? That intelligence that's giving her life, that's self-organizing, that's below the conscious mind said, oh, the operator's gone. She's out of the way. I got this. I know how to heal way better than you. I've just been waiting for you to just get out of the way so I can create some order. Because this intelligence is self-organizing. It is a loving, coherent intelligence and a coherent, loving intelligence and intelligent love. And that same intelligence that's organizing your inner world is the same intelligence that's creating supernovas in distant galaxies and causing flowers to bloom. It's within you and all around you. I was on this radio show and the guy was saying, oh, really? Well, that doesn't. How do we know it exists? I said, okay, here, I'll give you a simple rule. What happened after the Big Bang? If there's an explosion in this room, you get order or disorder? After the Big Bang, what do we get? We got order. There's a lot of order in this universe. Planets are rotating. There's laws that are governed. Something is observing that in the life. Wouldn't you agree? That loving intelligence is the quantum field. We've measured this in our students. I know that if you were analyzing your life within some emotion that's based in survival, you are going to make your brain worse. Because as you analyze your life and think within the emotion that's literally connected to the past, you're thinking in the past. And if your brain is aroused by those very chemicals, you go higher and higher into a super aroused state. And in order for you to connect to the divine, you've got to slow down your brain waves. And you have to begin to go within. So you have to take your attention off the external environment. That means you have to forget about people and things and places. You've got to forget that you have a body, and your body is used to getting up and doing things, and you're saying, stay, stay, stay. And you're training the body just like you're training an animal. And you are getting transcendent of time. And that's exactly what meditation is. If you are going to heal your body by thought alone, if you are to change something in your life by thought alone, or create some new future time, event by thought alone, then you have to become thought alone. So then, we've measured this so many times in our workshops, in our advanced workshops. The moment the person gets beyond their analytical mind and the operator's gone, that self-organizing intelligence, the power within them, begins to consume them. And it begins to create order where there's disorder. They just got out of the way. And at the same time that the operator is gone, and this has happened to me, so I've come out of my body so many times, and I watch my body laying on the floor laughing, like he's finally out of the way. I'm jubilant, I'm like, what are you laughing at? Boom, back in my body. But it's because when we free ourselves from our identity, that's when that amazing power begins to consume us. So then, think about it. If the operator's gone and these lower centers, these first three centers are all about survival, sexuality, consumption, fight or flight, this is where most people's attention are. They don't really open their heart. Why would you open your heart if there's danger out there? Why would you be vulnerable? Why would you trust? It's not a time to do any of those things. It's not a time even to learn. It's a time to survive and protect. So then all of a sudden the operator's gone and it's no longer endorsing these hormonal centers. These energy centers begin to drive the energy right up into the heart. And all of a sudden, the person starts to fall in love with their creation, and the field around their body goes to 9 meters wide. And now they're connected to something greater. And their brain gets organized and coherent, and they feel whole, and they're no longer in polarity. They're no longer in lack. They're no longer trying. They're no longer hoping. They're no longer wishing. They're no longer wanting. They are it. And they would never try to predict or control the outcome. They trust that the universe is going to organize it in a way that's right for them. And if they understand that the moment they start wondering when it's going to happen or how it's going to happen, they just return back to the old self, because the new self would never think that way. They will maintain that modified state of mind and body their entire day. And they get up from their meditation, and they're in a different energy. And their job is to be greater than any condition in their external environment, greater than any habit or emotion that brings them back in their body to the past and transcendent of time. And if they're able to do that, they know that something different is going to happen in their life. It's the law. So the brain learns by mistakes, and the brain learns by surprises. Which would you like to have a few of? Yes? So now, here's you. I'll give you a little hairdo. This is the now. This is your future. And this is your past. Now, a habit is a redundant set of automatic, unconscious thoughts, behaviors, and emotions that's acquired through frequent repetition. A habit is when you've done something so many times, your body knows how to do it better than your brain. So you wake up in the morning, and of course everybody wakes up in the morning now, and the first thing they do is they do what? They pick up their cell phone and they check their Facebook, and then they check their WhatsApp, and then they check their texts, and they check their emails, and then they check their LinkedIn. And then they get into their slippers, and then they shuffle into the bathroom. They use the toilet like they always do. Then they get up and look in the mirror to remember who they are. Then they go to the kitchen and they drink coffee out of their favorite mug. That's my mug. Nobody drinks coffee out of that. Then they let the cat out. Then they go in the bathroom and they take their shower and they wash themselves in the same routine way. Then they put on the same clothes and they groom themselves to look like everybody expects them to look. Then they get in their car and they put on their seatbelt. They adjust the mirror. They drive to work in the same way. They stop at another coffee shop, get another coffee, get to work, do the things they memorize and can do so well, see the same people that push the same emotional buttons, go home, stop at the grocery store. Remember, 95% of the people when they enter a grocery store turn right. So they turn right at the grocery store. Then they buy all the things that they always buy. And then they go home and they eat dinner. Then they watch Dancing with the Stars and they watch The Voice. And then of course, they do their pre-what? Pre-bed ritual of creams, potions, lotions, brush their teeth, floss, and then get in bed and read one page of the book and pass out. Then they wake up in the morning and here we go again. And we could say that their past is literally their future. In fact, we could take their past and pick it up and set it on their future. Would you agree? Now, are you ready for this? That's karma. That's it. That's karma. But there's no unseen hand doing it to you. You're doing it yourself. Now, here's my next question. All of these routine thoughts, choices, behaviors, habits, experiences, and emotions that you are predicting every single day. And a habit is when your body becomes the mind. Would you agree that you wake up in the morning, if you've been doing this for 10 years, your body's already on autopilot and it's already rushing to this destiny? Here's my next question. Where in that routine life is there room for the unknown? Do you know what? If the unknown actually happened, you'd say, can you come back tomorrow? You're messing up my schedule. Now, if you can predict the feeling of every single event in your future, that means that nothing new could happen. Because the feeling is the familiar past. If you wake up in the morning then, and the moment you wake up in the morning and you search for the familiar feeling called you, and that familiar feeling is the past, and you begin to think equal to how you feel, and how you think and how you feel creates your future, can you see how your future is your past? Now, remember I said where you place your attention is where you place your energy. So if you're waking up every morning and you are putting your attention, here's your energy, and you're thinking about all the known things you have to do in your life, the people you have to see, the appointments you have to have, the places you have to go, the things you have to do, that are the same as yesterday. And you're anticipating the future because the brain is an anticipation machine, and you're putting all your attention on all these events in your known life, then you're investing your energy into that future. That means that you're siphoning energy out of the present moment because you're putting your attention on the knowns. And if you keep your attention on your emotions, and your emotions are a record of the past, and you're thinking about the past, then you would have to agree then you're siphoning your energy out of the past into the past, out of the present moment. It means you have very little energy to design a new destiny because your energy is commingled in your past-present reality. So think about this. If where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and you're putting all of your attention on the known people and things and places you have to go because you did it yesterday, then you're investing your energy into that future. Your body is going to follow your mind because that's where your energy is, but it's going to the known, not to the unknown. Would you agree? Yes. So then you decide you're going to do a meditation. You're going to put it right here. That's because you don't want to feel guilty over here. But when you're doing your meditation, you're thinking about the coffee. When you're drinking your coffee, you're thinking about what you're going to wear. When you're getting dressed, you're thinking about who you're going to tell off at work. When you're at work, you're thinking about going home. When you're at home, you're thinking about work. You understand this, yes? And you're never in the present moment. And your body is already on an automatic program. Yes? Now, those of you who know me know that I am a crazy man when it comes to the piano player experiment. Oh, no, he's not going to talk about the piano player experiment again. But if you take a group of people, think about this, who never played the piano before, and you teach them one-handed scales and chords, and they practice for 2 hours a day for 5 days, and you do a brain scan on them before they learn the activity, and a brain scan after they learn the activity, at the end of 5 days, they grow a whole new set of circuits on the opposite side of the brain. That makes sense. You learn something new. Learning's making new connections. You get some instruction, which means you got to get your body involved. If you get your body involved, you're going to have an experience. An experience enriches the brain. You pay attention to what you're doing. You got to pay attention. And if you repeat it in fire and wire, you're going to assemble new networks of neurons as a result of your interaction in the environment. Yes? Yes. But you can take another group of people and you can have them close their eyes and mentally rehearse playing the scales and chords for 2 hours a day for 5 days. And if they're truly present, there comes a moment that what they're thinking about becomes the experience, and they actually grow the same number of circuits in their brain as the people who are physically demonstrating the activity. Now the brain is primed for the event. And if you take those people and you put a piano in front of them, they never played the piano, they will play those scales and chords because they're primed their brain for that experience. Now the brain's no longer in the past, the brain's in the future. And then you say, take a group of men and you say, what we want you to do is we want you to mentally rehearse doing bicep curls in your mind with a heavy weight. And we want you to say stronger, harder, more activity, more strength. And you keep your attention on that, and with an emotional quotient, at the end of 2 weeks, they have a 13% increase in muscle strength, and they never lifted a weight. Now their body looks like the event has already occurred. Now think about this. When you wake up in the morning and you start to mentally rehearse all the people you have to see, the places you have to go, and the things you have to do, and how it's going to feel, wouldn't you agree that you're priming your brain and body, just like the piano players and the exercisers, into a predictable future to look like your future has already happened, because biologically, you already created it. This is the outer world of physical reality. This is the inner world of thoughts and feelings. Now, if where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and you have all of your attention on your cell phone, and then you all have to check your computer and the emails, and then, there's Facebook, and there's emails, and then, of course, you got to tweet what you ate for breakfast. And then, of course, what? There's your LinkedIn, or whatever that is. And then, of course, there's your job, and there's your boss, and of course, you know who. There's your enemy, and you love them a lot because you give them the most amount of attention. And then there's your partner, and then, of course, there's your ex. You got to, you got to keep them intact. And then, of course, there's your kids and your parents. Okay, ready for this one? And your problems. Oh, and don't forget your face. You got to keep a little attention on your face because that's who you think you are. And then there's your pain. And then there's your house. And there's your car. And then, of course, there's your coworkers, right? You got to keep your attention on them because you use them to reaffirm your addiction to judgment. Anyway, where was I? Then there's your in-laws. They're aliens. There's something weird about them. What else is there? Oh, your pets, right. And then, of course, there's money, right? And then there's food. And, of course, then there's entertainment, right? Now, here's my question. If where you place your attention is where you place your energy, how much energy do you have for the inner world of thoughts and feelings and creation? Would you agree that everything that I've just identified right here, you've experienced in your life already as a known? Yes? Come on, yes? So then every single one of those things, every person, everything, every place, all of that has a neurological network assigned to it because you've experienced it, yes? So then when you're living by the hormones of stress and you're trying to control everything in your life and you're shifting your attention to all those people and all those things, you're firing all these different neurological networks out of cadence. Would you agree? Yeah. And your brain will get highly incoherent as a result of that. So then as you begin to think about all these things, you're activating the very circuits that's keeping your reality intact neurologically. Yes? Yes. Come on, yes? Yes? Now, every single one of these things that you've experienced then has to have an emotional component connected to it because emotions are the end product of experience. Yes? Yes? And if emotions are the end product of experience and emotions are energy in motion, then it's highly possible that you use your boss to reaffirm your addiction to judgment. Yes? Yes? And you use your parents to reaffirm your addiction to guilt. Yes? And where are your friends? Let's throw a friend in here if you have any. And you use your friends to reaffirm your addiction to suffering. Yes? And you use your ex-husband to reaffirm your addiction to resentment. And you use your enemy to reaffirm your addiction to hatred. And you use your Facebook to reaffirm your addiction to insecurity, because if someone doesn't like you, then, oh my God, my life is over. Yes? And so then, as you use all of these people and conditions in your life to reaffirm your addiction to some emotion, then your energy is bound to them in an invisible field beyond space and time. And as long as your emotions and your energy are the same, you are keeping your life frozen in the same patterns. So then, how much of your creative energy is tied up in your past-present reality? So then, don't you know that when you were sitting in a meditation and your body wants to get up and do something, and it wants to go into that predictable future, and the moment you notice it going into that predictable future, you become aware that you're focusing on the known, and you don't want to fire and wire the same circuits in the same way and signal the same genes, and every time you do that, you no longer activate those circuits. Is it possible then, if you keep doing it, you start disinvesting your energy out of that known future reality, and you start calling energy back into the present moment where you are, and as you no longer fire and wire in the predictable future, like the piano players and the exercisers, you're no longer priming your brain and body to look like that reality has already occurred. And your body is raging, and it's angry, and it's frustrated and impatient, and it wants the hit of those emotions to reaffirm it back into the past, and it's calling up visions and experiences and thoughts that you can, and it's too hard, and you're aware of it, and you are observing it, and you're not the program, and every time you become aware of it, you move back into the present moment. Will you be disinvesting energy out of your past? And is it possible your past will no longer exist in your body as well? And now you have available energy. It's calling back to you to design a new destiny. And you are in the present moment, and so is your brain and body. If you're sitting in a meditation and your body is giving you fits, and it's telling you you can't do this, and it's making you angry and making you frustrated, and you're aware that you're not your body, that every time you bring it back into the present moment, you are saying to the body, you are no longer the mind, I am the mind. And every time you bring it back into the present moment out of the emotional past or the predictable future, and you keep doing it, just like training an animal, sooner or later, it's going to surrender. And the moment it surrenders, it's going to liberate that energy. And now you're going to have available energy to design a new destiny because your body is no longer in that line of time. And guess what happens? All that resentment you had towards your ex-husband, now that you overcome your resentment, you've broken the bonds energetically with your past-present reality that exists beyond space and time, and you are calling energy back to you. So then here's you in your old self, and then here's your energy of suffering. And here's your best friend, and you take a walk every day, and you complain about your husband or whoever, and whatever. And now you have an invisible field of energy that you are bound to that person, and you're using that person to reaffirm your addiction to suffering and victimization. And just like two oxygen atoms that are bound together, that are sharing information and sharing energy, your field is commingled with that person, and you are using that person to keep your reality exactly the same. But if you're sitting in a meditation and your body is trying to unseat you, and you keep bringing it back to the present moment over and over again, don't you know it takes energy to separate those two oxygen atoms? It's going to take energy to break free from the chains of your past, present reality. And energy means awareness. And sooner or later, when you start no longer judging your boss because you're no longer judging yourself, hint, that energy is coming back to you. And you now have available energy for your inner world of thoughts and feelings. How many people understand? And as you begin to call that energy back to you, and we've measured this in our advanced workshops, because the first day of our advanced workshops, everybody has to overcome themselves. And they are drawing that energy back from the field, and they are breaking the bonds with all of those people and places and things and their known past, present reality. And that chaotic energy is coming back to them. In the beginning, it's uncomfortable because it's wild energy, it's chaotic energy. So people say to me, Dr. Joe, someone stole my computer. I lost my job. My ex-husband died. Well, I have no money. Nobody liked me on Facebook. My house burned down. I always say to them, congratulations. Look how much energy you have now to create a new future. So then, don't you know that most people are never present? They're not. They're talking to you, but they're thinking about the next thing they're going to do. And the greatest gift you could ever give anybody is your attention. And if where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and every single day you are mastering yourself and overcoming yourself for the elegant, generous present moment, and you actually settle in there, and you know when you're there and when you're not, would you agree then? When you step into your life and your present, you're bringing a lot of energy into the present moment. Would you agree? And when it comes time to make a decision or to heal someone or to move or change something, you got a lot of energy now, don't you? And just like when you know someone's present with you, they're paying attention, the same thing happens with the divine. So then, finding the sweet spot of the present moment means then, the moment you become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time, that's the moment you are in the present moment, and you have access to all possibilities. Now, what is the quantum field? The quantum field is an invisible field of intelligence that exists beyond space and time, this reality of objects and matter and things. It's a field of information that is not governed by this reality. It actually governs this reality. There's no objects, there's no people, there's no places, there's no things, there's no time, there's no light. It's one vast nothing, invisible space of nothing, eternal blackness and void. But all possibilities exist there. It's a field of information called the mind of God, or the unified field. And when your consciousness begins to merge with its consciousness, that's the moment you enter the field of possibilities. When Einstein and Planck were doing their experiments on electrons after Einstein's theory of relativity was published, they noticed that the very tiny world of atoms and particles and electrons didn't behave like the large world of planets and apples falling from trees. That, like when an apple falls from a tree, we can predict where it's going to land because we can determine its speed, its velocity, its location, and all that stuff. And because Newtonian physics, or classical physics, is built on predictable. In the quantum model of reality, what happened was they had this electron nucleus, and it had this big cloud of energy around it, and when the observer came along to measure the electron, it went from a wave of possibility, and it collapsed into a particle. Energy turned into matter, called collapsing the wave function, a quantum event. They just couldn't determine where it was going to appear. They just knew it was going to appear because it's unpredictable. That's the quantum. It's unknown. All of a sudden, they turn their back on the electron, they look away, they no longer observe, and that particle turns back into energy. Now think about this. Your brain is an anticipation machine. You're already knowing when lunch is going to be, you don't know what you're going to do tomorrow, all that stuff. And so then, As you begin to view your life from the same level of mind, expecting your future to be just like your past, you're causing infinite fields of energy to collapse into the same patterns of information called your life. That's how powerful you are. So then what would happen if you took your attention off all of the knowns? You took your attention off particles and matter, and you unfolded into this infinite space and field where all possibilities exist, where there are no physical things. And you became nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time. You became a thought in possibility, an awareness that you're aware in this infinite field. Would you agree then, the longer you linger in this unknown reality and keep your attention off the known, your problems and people in your life, then your problems and people in your life should turn back into possibility, just like the electron turned back into possibility. I can't tell you how many people have had shifts in their life by investing their energy into the unknown. And so here's how the meditation is going to go. I'm going to ask you to become nobody, no one, no thing, nowhere, and no time, to become pure consciousness, to become an awareness, aware that you're in this infinite field, this space of eternal blackness. There's no light there, there's no people there, there's no objects, there's no thing. And the longer you linger in the unknown, the more you create a new opportunity in your life. And if you, as the quantum observer, find your mind returning to the known, to familiar people and things and places in your known familiar reality, you're focusing on matter and objects again in this space and time. Your body, your identity, your emotions, your habits, to the predictable future, thinking about the predictable future. When's the music going to end? When are we going to break for lunch? Or the familiar past. I should have told that person off yesterday in the women's room. You become aware that you're focusing on the known, and you stop, and you relax, and you unfold back into possibility. If you keep investing your attention in the unknown, just like investing in a bank account, sooner or later you're going to have an unknown experience in your life. The last thing you have to know is a little bit about brainwaves. Now, the whole purpose of meditation is to get beyond your analytical mind. Now, what separates your conscious mind from your subconscious mind is your analytical mind. 5% of your conscious mind is made up of things like logic and reasoning. It gives rise to will and faith and creativity. But the other 95% are subconscious programs that you've done by repetition. So then, when you're paying attention to the outer world, your brain waves move into what's called beta brainwave patterns. It's a fast frequency. And the reason that your brain waves are fast and beta is because you're trying to integrate all this information that's coming in through your senses from your external environment, and you're trying to create coherence between what's going on out there and what's going on in here. And it requires a lot of awareness to be able to do that. And so in beta, your outer world is more real than your inner world, because that's where your attention is. Now, when you're stressed out and you're emotional, your brain goes into high beta. It goes into super analytical state. It becomes overly analytical. It becomes over-aroused. And you're always trying to predict the future based on the past when you're under stress. You do that because there's better chances of survival. You don't want to focus on the unknown when you're under stress because you would actually be in trouble. Yes? Yes. So then, if you're analyzing in your meditation, you're sitting there and thinking and analyzing, what brainwave patterns are you in? Beta. And if you're emotional and you're frustrated and you're impatient and you're angry, what brainwave patterns are you in? High beta. So now you might as well open your eyes. You understand? So then when you close your eyes, and this is our research, we've proved it thousands of times, and you focus on nothing. You focus on space. You focus on openness, energy, and I'll talk you through this. If you can become aware that your awareness in this big black space behind your eyes in space, and just sense the vastness of how big and deep it is, and you as an awareness, as a thought in possibility. Aren't possibilities thoughts? They haven't materialized yet. So you are in the realm of possibility as a thought connecting to possibility as a thought. So then, you're not in that moment a gender. You're not a sexual preference. You're not an appetite. You're not a profession. You're not a face. You're not a body. You are a thought, a consciousness in a realm of consciousness and energy. So then if you start thinking about objects and things, you're looking for the particle. And you're investing your energy back in this realm of space and time. But the longer you can linger in this place as a consciousness, as an awareness, in the unknown, and not re-identify with your body, your environment, and time, the longer you linger in the unknown, the more you are drawing a new experience to you. Do you understand that? So then as you begin to close your eyes and take your attention off the outer world, and I play soft music in the background and it fills the space, and you're sitting down and you're not getting up and doing things and stimulating your body, then you would have to agree then, as you do that, your brainwaves should slow down because it's less sensory information getting in there, yes? And if there's less sensory information getting in there, your brainwaves slow down into what's called alpha. Now, in alpha, the inner world starts becoming more real than your outer world. You forget about the outer world. You forget the place you're in. You forget that you have a body. You forget that you have an identity. You forget that there's anything. And that you forget about time. And in that moment now, your consciousness is merging with the unknown, the quantum field. Does that make sense? Yes. So then some of you will move into theta. Theta is when your body starts to fall asleep and your mind is awake. And if your body has been conditioned to be the mind and it's asleep, that means it's no longer the mind. It's out of the way. And we call that magic land in our work. And I used to say that delta was deep sleep. Now we have students, I was showing the brain scans yesterday, 1 million microvolts of energy in their brain. Normal is 10 to 60. They're processing a tremendous amount of energy in their brain, and they're in complete delta. I was showing my brain scans to Greg Braden and Bruce Lipton the other night, and they were freaking out. They were like, this person's asleep. I said, yeah, but their brain is processing 1 million microvolts of energy. There's no resistance. Body is out of the way. Our students now are able to regulate that. And if they go up into alpha when they're having a mystical experience, the amplitude of energy is diminished because they haven't surrendered. They start coming back to awareness. You understand? So then, as you begin to slow your brain waves down and begin to pay attention and unfold into nothing, your brain waves will naturally slow down, and your body, your respiration will slow down, and it'll begin to relax because it feels safe. There's no predators out here. You understand? And so then your body then is going to go, whoa, wait a second. What about your problems? What about that? Because I'm going to feel something here. I'm going to feel something. And you're going to say, settle down. Let's go back to the present moment, and you relax, and you unfold back into that infinite space. Some of you will do this. Because you're changing your brain waves. But you're used to laying down when you do that. I'm asking you to sit up. If your head is bobbing, that's something good because you're changing your brain waves, but you're used to laying down and doing that when you go to bed at night or when you wake up in the morning. I'm asking you to sit up. You understand? Yeah. Now listen closely. If you're in this meditation, you are in this meditation the entire time. Don't you get up and climb over somebody and affect them. If your body's giving you trouble, master it. That's why you're here. Don't let your body be the mind. You keep settling it back down into the present moment and returning back into possibility. And sooner or later, it will get that you're the mind. And every time you bring it into the present moment, you are saying to it, be still and know that I am God. What do you think that means? It's talking to the body. Be still. You are no longer the boss. I am the boss. And don't you know that when it comes time to heal your body and you've practiced and trained it, and when it comes time to heal it, it's going to trust you because you've worked with it into the present moment. If you need to open your eyes and look at me, I'm going to wave at you. Because you need to do that to reaffirm that this place still exists. Now, did you hear me at any point say lay down? Did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say lay down in the middle of this meditation? I didn't say that, right? Did you hear me say get up and eat a tuna sandwich? I didn't say that either. You're going to sit there and master yourself, yes? There are 4 types of meditations that we teach in our work. There's a sitting meditation, there's a standing meditation, there's a walking meditation, and there is the laying down meditation. And we teach the laying down meditation last to our advanced students because I don't want our students to lay down and fall asleep. They know how to regulate their brain waves, and they can lay down and have a mystical experience. Does that make sense? So you're in training, yes? So we're going to sit up during this whole thing, yes? Okay, sit up straight, eyes closed. Give me your best. That's all I ever want from you. To be greater than your body. To be greater than your environment, and to be greater than time means you are the master of your body. The master of your life. And the master of time. Now, it's time to become nobody. No one, no thing, nowhere, in no time. To become pure consciousness. And to unfold as an awareness into the infinite space and field where all possibilities exist. And to become aware of the big black space behind your eyes in space. And to sense the big black space beyond your head in space. To become aware of the volume of space that this big black space extends beyond this room in space. To sense the volume of space that this big black space occupies in all of space. Invest your energy into the unknown. And the longer you linger in the unknown, the more you create possibilities in your life. Moving beyond space and time. quantum observer, find your mind returning to the nose, to familiar objects, things, people, or places in your known familiar reality. To your identity, your body, your emotions or habits, to thinking about the predictable future, or focusing on the familiar past in time. Simply become aware that your attention is on the nose, on matter and things. And surrender as an awareness into this infinite space beyond space and time. Stay present. slowly bring your awareness back to your body, to this environment, and to this time. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back to the world of the senses. Now, how many of you had moments where you lost track of time and space? You did, yes? And how many people here noticed you started getting a little frustrated, a little impatient, your body started to rev up, and you noticed your body was doing that, and you settled it back down into the present moment? Every time you do that, you're reconditioning your body to a new mind. And how many people here noticed you started getting a little analytical, and you started thinking, and all of a sudden you became aware that you were analyzing and you're thinking, and you stopped. You settled back into the present moment and you returned back into possibility. Every time you do that, you overcome yourself. And how many people here started thinking about, when's the music going to end? And I wonder if Dr. Joe's laying down up there. I don't like him anymore. And you became aware that you were thinking about the predictable future, investing your energy into the known, and you became conscious of that, and you disinvested your energy out of that predictable future, returned back into the present moment, and unfolded back into possibility. Every time you do that, you are changing your future. Now, our advanced students linger in this place for extended periods of time. They want to linger there because that's the moment that energy starts to move through them, in and around them, and the miraculous begins to occur. And they overcome themselves. And when they get to the unified field and they understand that they are truly everyone, everybody, everything, everywhere, and every time, they know they can have anybody, be anyone, do anything, be anywhere, in any time. And that's when they begin to create the miraculous. But you can't do it if your energy is invested in the predictable. Would you agree? In the known. And you have to get to that place where you are beyond space and time. And if you continue in this work, you will become so comfortable with it, and you'll be able to sit for extended periods of time. And I watched a community of 550 people in Munich. They were so statuesque. At 4 a.m, they were so elegant and so beautiful. Their identity was gone. They were elsewhere. They sat up, they didn't move. And they were beautiful. And the miraculous happened over and over again in that event. And they were calling energy back to them. And the divine in them moved closer. And they gave up an aspect of their limited self over and over again to join the greater self, the unified field. And we have all the equipment to do it.
The music that you heard is from Todd Norian. It's a great trancing music. The more in trance you are, the more suggestible you are. The more suggestible you are, the less analytical you are. The less analytical you are, the more prone you are to accept, believe, and surrender to information without any analysis. Now, this is not a progressive workshop. This is a teaser. Now, I know the next question. Once you do the progressive workshop, you're now eligible for an advanced workshop. The advanced workshop, you join a community of people. They're usually 500 to 600 people. We sell out every advanced workshop. It's just the way it works. We do 4 a year. We do 1 in the United States, 1 in Europe, 1 in Australia, and 1 in Mexico. And the one in Mexico sells out every time the fastest because we set it up so that when you come, all your food in 6 or 7 restaurants, all your drinks, your beer, your wine, your tequila, whatever it is that you're into, all your long-distance calls, all your Wi-Fi, all your room service, everybody has a butler on their floor. Everything is taken care of by me. You understand? So when you come, you can pretend to be anybody you want to be because all your needs are met. It's in English, and we have translators. We have Spanish translators. When we go to Europe, we have the Greek translators, the Italians, the Spanish, the Germans, and we got a whole lineup of people back there. And the advanced workshop, and the one that we do in Mexico, of course, if we set it up, we know the owners of the hotels that we go to in Mexico. They're all 5-star hotels. They're beautiful places. The food is clean and superb. People come from all over the world for that one. It's a lot of fun. And if you went to the resort and you just paid for 5 nights or 6 nights or whatever it is, you would spend more in paying for the 6 nights than if you came to my event and got the workshop included. So we make it really, really feasible and reasonable for people. The one we did in Cancun last year was off the charts. It was so amazing and so beautiful. Food was great and people had a great time. And that event in Cancun was called The Event of Your Life, and it was the event of their life. The one we just did in Los Cabos was called Entering the Soul of the Universe, and it was a great group of people, and the energy that we measured in the room in that particular week, we had never recorded in the history of all of our advanced workshops. It was double what we typically get. So the events start on Wednesday. You come to advanced workshop, you're going to get your brain mapped, you're going to wear a heart rate monitor, you're going to pee into a cup, you're going to put your fingers in things. It's just a weird thing. You're the laboratory animals. Everybody's going to get a measurement. Now, you don't have to do it if you don't want to do it, but, I'm paying for your brain scan. If you want to get your brain scanned, you sign up, you enter, you get your brain scanned on that Wednesday. You get a slot, you get it done, you go through 4 or 5 days of training, and we scan your brain at the end of the event. And I want to know it's not just in your mind, it's in your brain. And I can sit down with academics and scholars and neuroscientists and say, our students heal themselves of anxiety. Look, case after case after case after case. You understand what I'm talking about, yes? You may wear a heart rate monitor, and you wear that for 24 hours, and we're monitoring what you're doing during those meditations, and then you'll be able to see if you're really doing that kind of coherence. Why is it important? Well, for several reasons, but once you understand what you're doing, there are people who think they're doing it and they're not, and there's people who are doing it that are, and you have to know whether you're doing it or you're not doing it, yes? So then we have labs, in our advanced workshops where you can go in the lab and hook up to a heart rate monitor and you can practice heart coherence with a little computer, and it'll tell you what you're doing. You'll get feedback. The moment you see you're doing it, you'll pay attention to what you're doing. You'll do it again, and you start developing that skill. So we have labs in the evening. All of our advanced events start on a Wednesday. We start in the evening, everybody gets tested, then we go Thursday 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, Friday 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, Saturday 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, don't frown, Sunday 4 in the morning till 6 in the evening. Why? Because the pineal neurotransmitters, those beautiful metabolites that are just sister molecules to melatonin and serotonin, are the prize. And we activate the pineal gland. And I show you the ancient science, I show you the contemporary science, I give you all the metabolites, all the chemicals, what it does to the brain. And if you want a dimensional experience, you're in your seat at 4 in the morning and you will get the ride of your life. I'm not kidding you. But they understand what they're doing because they have the science and they're trained. So I typically do an early morning on the Sunday morning. And, the community of people, those of you who saw my talk yesterday, I showed the video of the event in Germany. Those people don't look like they're suffering at all to you, do they? They're having a rockin' time. And then you make a mind movie of your future. And everybody makes one. And I buy the service for everybody in the advanced workshop, and you're grandfathered for the rest of your life to use that mind movie and any of the updates that go along with it, all the technology. That's my gift to my advanced students. So then they make a movie of their future, and they play the song that rocks them, gets them inspired. And I put a kaleidoscope up on the screen, big screens. And those screens are to induce trance. And I looked at all these different types of kaleidoscopes to find the right one, and they're all computer generated. And when I have a mystical experience, and many times I see a geometric pattern, and the moment I see that geometric pattern, I know that's information that my brain is going to transduce into imagery. And if I surrender to it, I have a mystical experience. And the best way I can describe it is a kaleidoscope. But it's dimensional. It's not two-dimensional. It's multi-dimensional. And so we put the kaleidoscope up on the screen, and I rented a camera from Hollywood called Big Red, this huge camera that went to a smaller camera, to a smaller camera, to a smaller camera, to this little fiber optic cable. We stuck the fiber optic cable in the most beautiful kaleidoscope we could find. We found the guy whose family was 4 generations of kaleidoscope makers, and I asked him for the best one. And we put a little camera inside that kaleidoscope, and I put a motor on the camera, and I turned the kaleidoscope, and we imaged, we took the pictures, and the background is black because it needs to be black. And we play this very trancing music, and when you look at the kaleidoscope, what happens is you can't associate any of those images with your cousin Mary or anybody. There's nothing known there. It's geometric patterns that are changing, and there's a rhythm to it, and your brain goes into trance. And so we induce trance over a period of time by them looking into their kaleidoscope, and then they have their devices and they go right into their mind movie. And then they look at their mind movie. And if they're entranced, they're not wondering how it's going to happen or if they're worthy of getting it. They're not thinking. It's slipping right past the analytical mind and it's programming their subconscious. Then they go back to the kaleidoscope again. They go back in the trance. They go back into the mind movie. And I have them going back and forth until when they look at their mind movie, they can predict the next scene by the song. You know when you're driving down the road and you hear a song and you think about your boyfriend you were making out at 16 under the bridge, you know? That song reminds you of a time in your life. It's an associated event. It reminds you of the past. I want my students to remember their future, not their past. And biologically, it's exactly the same. And they have the most incredible stories by mapping their future. And then they dimensionalize a scene in the mind movie. And they know how to dimensionalize space because we taught them how to do that. And people are doing all kinds of crazy things as a result of it. So we do stuff like that, too, and it's fun. It's not torture, it's fun. People are creating miracles and people get on the stage talking about their healings and all their changes, and it gives you permission to be outrageous, which is who you really want to be, isn't it? So you join a community of people that they're not just going down the slope once. They've been doing their meditations, and they get up in the morning and they're like, oh, geez, I got to meditate. They're like, I can't wait to create. Because they're seeing the effects in their life, and they're not dragging their body to sit down. Their body's dragging them to sit down. You understand what I'm talking about, yes? So the advanced workshops are where my passion is. It's where the magic occurs. I have very little interest in keynote presentations and conferences, although I do it for Celebrate Your Life in Hay House. But other than that, I turn them down. I give them to other people. I don't want to do it. It's dinner conversation. I want to be where the miracles happen. I want to be with the people that want to do it. And I think this is a time in history where it's not enough to know. It's a time in history to know how. Would you agree? So now, as a result of the advanced workshops, our biggest challenge is we can't find the space big enough for people because we sell out at every event. But we're doing now advanced follow-ups, events that are 3-day events like we just did one in Seattle Thursday night. It was the Thursday night before Halloween, and we had 400 people dress up as their future self. It was awesome. It was so awesome. It was so awesome. I mean, you see the pictures. I mean, Savannah's here, and she was our photographer, and it was just off the chart. I mean, people were just rocking. We had 3 wise men. I thought it was so cool. These guys dressed as the 3 wise men, you know. But that's who they are, you know. And we had people dressing up as the pineal gland and the pine cone. And you can imagine we had people dressing up with dollars all over them, Swami, Wealthanand. I mean, we had all kinds of things going on. Magicians, wizards. And I wanted them to embody that costume and to be it for the whole night. While we had fun and we had drinks and we played, it was an opening ceremony. And then we started. And we introduced a new discipline called the walking meditation. And we went to a park right behind the hotel in Seattle. And it was my staff. I'm in Barcelona, and my staff is saying, are you going to introduce the walking meditation to the advanced follow-up like you did in Cabo? And I go, yep. And then they go, 90% chance of rain. And I text back, awesome. There's homeless people. It could be dangerous. Awesome. We came down those stairs at 5:30 in the morning on that Saturday morning. The taxi cab drivers were like, what the hell's going on? I said, it's morning. And we walk right down the street. There's nobody on the street. There's 400 people walking. We walk up the stairs. We walk to the center of this park. There's homeless people all over the place. And it was beautiful. These people, they knew how to do the standing meditation, and then they walked into their future. They embodied it. They were their different personality. They were walking differently, breathing differently, moving differently. Why? Because I'm so guilty of this. So many times I have a great meditation and I get up and I leave my energy there and I'm back in the program, taking care of so many things. But you got to walk and wear it in your life. And I wanted our students to do it. And we introduced it in Cabo San Lucas. And I watched 550 people walk on that beach at sunrise, and the sun came up. They were in tears. They were so moved by their own ability to create. So we introduced it in that morning during the follow-up. And we always advance the teachings. We always advance them. And while everybody was walking like ghosts through this park, concrete little jungle, we had this drive last year where I said I would match, for every blanket a person donated to a homeless person from our community, I would match it. So we had, I spent $8,000 and we matched it, $8,000 to match what we raised, and we had thousands of blankets, and then we mailed them all over our students all over the United States, and they came to the homeless shelters and they gave them. They didn't hand them, they gave them to the homeless people. So we had 2 big bushels left. And they were all sleeping under the bridge, and I was like, hey, wake up. This guy wakes up, I'm going to take out a blanket. I'm like, here, this is free. Let's lay one down. And he was so excited. He gave me this big hug. Thank you. We woke up the next person, went around, we gave him all these blankets. And they were not dangerous in any way. They were loving, amazing people. You understand? We joined their community, and they were like, what are you doing? And we're like, wow, we're living as our future. We're creating. And they're like, can you give us some books? We sent books over there, And they were just people just like you. And the beauty is they don't have any of that. It makes it easier for them. And some of them were professionals that lost it. You understand what I'm talking about, yes? And then the sun rose, and people are walking in the park, and they're like, and those people are like, so what? Who cares, right? Who wants to be normal? And in Los Cabos, we did those meditations every morning until we activated the pineal. And it was beautiful because we mapped people's brains right before they went out on that walking meditation. An hour later, they had different brains. We showed brain scan after brain scan after brain scan. These people had a different fingerprint, a different level of mind, completely different brain. You never see that in neuroscience. There's a completely different brain. Everybody has a mapped pattern of the way they think and process information. They were processing data in a whole different brain scan. And we showed them the 3-dimensional pictures of what happened to their brain. And people accept that. And while they're on the beach walking and embracing their future self, the energy in the room is rising at the same time. Why not? Because when you change your energy here, don't you know it affects everything, place, and person in your life? So if it's affecting your past, present reality, it could affect your future, present reality. Hint. But once you see it, you have evidence. Yes? So we do advanced follow-ups. We do advanced workshops. We do progressive workshops. I always change the progressive workshops a little bit because I'm changing. This is kind of a teaser. Do you understand? Now, if you would register for the progressive workshop, what happens is you get an 8-hour course that was called the intensive. That's the introductory level. I don't teach that anymore because I'm tired of teaching. It's boring. So I taught it one time, a few times, and then they videotaped it. And then if you register for the progressive workshop, we give it to you. You just get it, and you can watch it for 30 days and practice the meditation and understand the neuroscience and all that stuff, and neurons connecting and disconnecting and quantum model of reality, and you'll get a good, sound foundation so that when you start the progressive workshop, I'm not starting here. I'm starting right here, which is where I want to be. Does that make sense? So we go out of our way to make it easy for you to join the group. But when you join the advanced group, you bring your A game. Because these are people that are really interested in creating the miraculous. We were dimensionalizing objects out of nothing this past April here in Carefree, Arizona. Dimensionalizing objects out of nothing. Something out of nothing. And you know what? The only way you can do that is you got to be more energy than matter. You got to be more wave than particle. And you got to emulate the divine. That means you have to feel divine. And guess what? It didn't happen once. It didn't happen twice. It didn't happen 3 times. It happened over and over and over again. How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? I don't answer questions. You know why? Because I know now that when I see a person and they're like this, and I say, what's up? And I say, are you doing the work? No, you don't understand. No, I do understand. Are you doing the work? No, I don't understand. No, sorry. Are you doing the work? No. Do you know that they will only accept, believe, and surrender to information that is equal to their emotional state? And they will not accept, believe, and surrender to any information that is not equal to their emotional state. That means that I can give them the answer to their problems and it won't land. It'll bounce off. And I always say to them, take the ride with me. Give me your best for 3 days. Come on, get out of the old self and into the new self and look at the old self from a different dimension. And of course, when they break free from their old self, they find the answers themselves. And that epiphany makes it all the way into the body. You understand, yes? You have the answers once you overcome yourself. And if you continuously overcome
overcome and overcome, sooner or later you will become. Is that true? Okay, so you can give me your best? Yes. So here you are. This is your predictable future because you've practiced it every single day, performing the same actions, demonstrating the same behaviors, making the same choices, reproducing the same experiences. And if you do that over and over again, you would have to agree then your body is in the predictable future based on the familiar past. Yes? We can say then we can take your past and set it on your future. Is that correct? Now there's nothing mystical about this because the moment you feel like yourself and your thoughts and feelings create reality. Come on. Yes? Yes? The moment you feel that emotion and you begin to think equal to how you feel, you're thinking in the past. So your past is your future. Is that correct? So then if where you place your attention is where you place your energy, and you wake up in the morning and you put all of your attention on all the people and all the things and all the places that you have in your known familiar reality, and you think about the meetings you have and the places you have to go and what you have to get for shopping and who you have to tell off on an email, all that stuff. If you're investing your attention into these futures, your energy is already tied into this line of time. But that's all the known things in your life. Yes? And just like the piano players, if you're thinking about the choices you make, thinking about the behavior you're going to demonstrate, thinking about the experiences you're going to have, and you can predict the feeling of them, then you're priming your brain to look like the experience has already occurred. And your brain now is literally in the future based on the past. Come on, yes? And if you are just like the exercisers who are mentally rehearsing, saying stronger, harder, if they're changing their body to look like the experience has occurred, the moment you begin to emotionally embrace what your future is going to be like and rehearse it, you're changing your body to be primed, programmed into that future. Would you agree? Yes. And if you're living by certain emotions, and emotions keep you anchored in the past, and you keep your attention on your emotions, then your energy is in the past. Would you agree? Yes. And here's the key. The moment you feel that emotion, you're back in the known. And you will be predictable. And you'll think the same way and make the same choices because the emotion is the record of the past. And if you then feel certain emotions, then you are going to begin to tell the story of your past because it's that emotion that keeps you anchored to the past. And Scientific American said that 50% of everything you talk about in your past is a lie. I didn't say it. Scientific American said it. 50%. You embellish it so you can suffer a little bit more. And your friend says, oh, really? Well, I'm going to suffer more than you. Were there lions and tigers? Yeah. So then you're siphoning energy out of the present moment. You have no energy to design a new destiny. Would you agree? Yes. So you're sitting in your meditation, you sit down, and you say to your body, stay right here. Don't get up and do anything. We are going to define reality by thought alone. I'm not my body in this moment. I'm going to disconnect from the people and objects and things and places in my known familiar reality. I'm going to disconnect from my external environment, and I'm going to get beyond the predictable future and the familiar past. I'm going to focus on the unknown instead of the known. I'm not going to focus on the particle or matter in quantum physics. I'm going to focus on energy and possibility. So you sit down, it starts going really good, and all of a sudden you start thinking about that one email you have to answer. Or did you throw the garbage out? And then you got to make that call and that text. And all of a sudden you become aware that you're entangling your energy back into this future and firing and wiring certain circuits and signaling the same gene in the same way. Now, if you get frustrated, what happened? Where'd you go? Back into your past. If you get frustrated, what brainwave patterns did you just produce? What kind of chemicals did you release in your body? Stress hormones? So now you're more amped up as an animal. The body wants to get up and do something, right? So you say, I'm not my body. So you settle the body back down into the present moment. You cause it to relax. And then you unfold into that infinite space and field where all possibilities exist. You become a thought. And every time you do that, by unfiring and unwiring, you're no longer signaling the same genes in the same ways. And at the same time, you begin to disinvest your energy out of that future line of time. And you're calling energy back to you. Would you agree? And if you're no longer firing and wiring and signaling the same genes in the same way, you would have to agree that this future will ultimately no longer be in the brain and body because you're no longer firing and wiring and signaling the same genes. And at the same time, you're disinvesting your energy out of that future line of time, and that future no longer exists. And you're less predictable. Would you agree? And if you're overcoming your emotional body, and by the way, this is the tough one, because the body wants to be the mind. The servant is the master now.
And many people think they're making choices with their mind. They're not. They're making choices with their body-mind. And all of a sudden, your body is raging, and it's angry, and it's frustrated, and impatient, and doubting, and unworthy, and it's throwing the kitchen sink at you, and you're blaming somebody in your past for it, and you keep settling your body back down into the present moment. Every time you become aware that you're emotional, and you no longer choose to be emotional, and you settle your body back down in the present moment, you are pulling energy out of your past, and you're calling it back to you, and you're no longer signaling the same gene in the same way, and your body's moving into stasis. And as long as you're not thinking about who did it to you as a victim, what experience in the past that created it, and you keep going back to the present moment, you're pruning synaptic connections away, and every place where one neuron is connected to another neuron is called a memory. You're pruning your past away biologically, and the past no longer exists. And every day you practice this and temper the body. And every day you practice it and you temper the identity. And you overcome time, you overcome space, you overcome things, you overcome places. And every time you do that, you're insisting that your consciousness, that you have energy, that you're light and information, that you are defining reality by thought, not by your body, your environment, and time. And if you truly find the sweet spot of the present moment, the generous present moment, and now you have all this energy in your field, all potentials in the quantum field exist as electromagnetic potentials. So, there's a potential in the quantum field for you to be a genius. Would you agree? It exists there, doesn't it? It's a possibility. Is there a potential for health? Does that exist there? How about a potential for abundance? Does that exist there? Yes? How about a potential for a new job? Does that exist there? How about a potential for a mystical experience? Does that exist there? How about a potential for some type of problem to be resolved in your life? Does that exist as a potential? How about some type of joy, unknown experience? Does that exist as a potential? So there's infinite potentials that exist in the quantum field. Would you agree? Yes. Because the quantum field is a field of information beyond space and time. It's the intelligence, the experience of the smallest subatomic particle to the most advanced being that ever lived. In this universe, in every other universe, in this dimension, all other dimensions, past, present, and future. Is there a lot of data there? Yes. So there's a mind of a genius already exists there. Yes? Yes. Come on. Yes. So then, now you have all this energy and you're in the present moment. And all you have to do is marry a clear intention with an elevated emotion. And you begin to change your energy. And when you begin to change your energy and there's a vibrational match between your energy and that potential in the quantum field, you are no longer going after it and getting it. You are calling it to you because you are the vortex that's collapsing time. And the faster the frequency, the higher the energy, the faster it happens in time. And our students know how to do this. And a lot of times, by the time the event is over, they're getting the call for the new job. They're getting the new experience. It finds them. They don't try to look for it and try to find it, because if they're looking for it and trying to find it, they're their old self again. A new self would never do that. So then, all potentials exist as electromagnetic signatures. And all you have to do is have a clear intention, a vision of what it is. And you marry it with an elevated emotion, the emotion that you would experience when you felt the experience of that event. So then, when thoughts are electric and feelings are magnetic, you begin to broadcast a new signature, and the more you open your heart, the bigger the field. You know that now, don't you? Come on. The more profound you feel, the bigger the wave. Yes? The farther reach it goes. The intention is what's carried on that wave. Information. All frequency carries information. So then when you tune in to that potential in the quantum field, the longer you linger in that energy, the more your consciousness is lingering in that energy, the more you're collapsing space and time and it's coming to you. Does that make sense? Come on. So you take a tuning fork and you hit a tuning fork and it vibrates, and you take another tuning fork and you put it near it. What happens to it? It starts to vibrate at the same frequency, and you begin to call the experience to you. Does that make sense? So then, if you found the sweet spot of the generous present moment, and I said to you, what was that potential that already exists in the quantum field that you wanted to tune into? It's time to change your energy and to move into a new state of being. And if you had a possible potential like health, and you put an H down, and then you drew these two squiggly lines, that would represent your intention. And then I said, come on, Can you teach your body emotionally how that future experience could feel now? And you start to open your heart, are you not broadcasting a new signature? And I say the longer your consciousness lingers in that energy, the more you're drawing the experience to you. All you have to do is stay in that energy, and you're calling it to you. That's called fifth dimensional creation. And if you continue in this work, you'll see the science and the pictures on how to do that. If you're combining a clear intention and elevated emotion, and thoughts are the language of the brain and feelings are the language of the body, you're moving into a new state of being. Would you agree? Yes. Come on. Yes. You're not the old self now, you're the new self. Now, just like you thought about all the things you were going to do in your known reality and you obsessed about the worst thing that can happen to you, what if you moved into a new state of being, broadcasting a new signature, and I asked you to obsess about what you would do with all your health, with all your wealth? Would you agree then, as you started to plan your actions, make different choices, think about the experiences await you and how they would feel, wouldn't you be investing your energy into a new future from a new state of being with a new energy? And just like your body follows your mind to the coffee machine, your body's going to follow your mind to a new experience, an unknown experience. And it will be in a way that you least expected, that you never anticipated. And it's going to come out of nowhere. You know why? You created it from nowhere. Would you agree? The moment you start thinking about the choices you're going to make and the behaviors you're going to demonstrate, the things you're going to do, and the experiences that await you, just like the piano players and just like the exercisers, you're priming your brain and body to look like the event has already occurred. But instead of it being the known, you're priming your brain and body into the unknown. How many people understand? Yes. So, here's an example. I can stand up here for 3 hours and tell story after story. A friend of mine is a big Polish guy. He's been a friend of mine for 28 years. He was living in London. And he works as much as I do, although I don't consider what I do work, but he's a busy guy. And we came to this meditation, and he said, well, what I really want is a vacation. So he put the V down, and he drew 2 squiggly lines on it, and that V, in his mind, is his intention for a vacation. So then I said to the group, okay, let's get clear on your intention. I want you to write a few things down that represent what that means. So he says he wants to go on vacation for 10 days. He wants to go somewhere where it's sunny and warm, because he lives in London. Number 3, he doesn't want to pay any money. Does that potential exist in the quantum field? Number 4, he says he wants to go with people that are artistic and creative. Then I said, okay, well, now that you're clear on your intention, what kind of emotion would you feel if it occurred? Because you've got to teach your body how that future experience feels now. And your body, as the unconscious mind, has got to believe it's in that future in the present moment. And the emotion will cause you to accept, believe, and surrender to the thoughts equal to your emotional state. Am I talking too fast? So then I say, what are some of the emotions? Too late. So you think he would, if it happened, you think he would be surprised? You think he would be grateful? You think he would be excited? You think he would be joyful? So those are the emotions that his body has to live in the future. So we go into the meditation, I take him to the place where there's nobody, no one, no time, and he's unfolding as a thought and possibility, and I say, what was that potential that already exists in the quantum field that you want to tune into? And his brain brings up the picture of the V. Now, he already knows what the V represents because he wrote it down. So he's clear in his intention. Then I say to them, now, come on, it's time to change your energy and move into a new state of being. Come on, open your heart. Can you teach your body emotionally what that future could feel like now? For a clear intention and elevated emotion broadcasts a new electromagnetic signature that changes matter. And the longer your consciousness lingers in this energy, the more you're calling that experience to you. So I look out at the audience, their energy changes, and then I say, now, live in that future now from that new state of being. What choices will you make? What things will you do? Will experiences await you, and how will they feel? Just let go and invest your energy into a new future, changing your brain and body to look like it already happened. He's in this new state of being. You know what he does? The first thing he does is he slips his feet into the sand. He just said, I just slipped my feet into the sand. The second thing he did is he reached over and grabbed a Mai Tai, pulled it over on top of him, put the cold glass on his chest, and looked out at the ocean. And then he closed his eyes, and that was it. So the event ends. We're in Belgravia. He's walking me back to my hotel on Halkin Street, which is my favorite hotel in London. And we're walking along, and all of a sudden, here's this big Polish guy walking alongside me. His phone rings. He takes his phone out like this, and he's walking like this. And then all of a sudden, he starts walking like this, looking at me this way. And he takes his phone, he puts it in his hand, and he goes like this. Boom! And he pushes me up against the wall of this building. And he's like this. And I'm trying to get away, and he's like... And he's pushing me really hard against the building. Of course, he's in what? Disbelief. So, here's the story. I was standing right there. One of his close friends is the lead singer for the London Opera House. This guy just called him because he won a vacation for 4 people, all expenses paid, to Malaga, Spain. He's bringing a playwright and a musician and my friend. And he was invited right in that moment. Now, here's the bad news, okay? It was only for 9 days. I said, don't take it. It happened that fast. All right, another story because some of you are struggling. You ready? I have 3 children. All of my children are older. They've grown up with these concepts from the time they were little. They understand that they create reality. They're not victims to their life. They're creators. And they got it wired in there. And my daughter is the greatest creator in the universe that I know of. She creates things, and now I'm at the point where I'm like, really? And she's like, are you kidding me? You're going to challenge this? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm outside of my emotional belief. She just says, watch me. So she's created, I can go on with her for days. So she comes home from boarding school in Switzerland, and I say to her, hey, you got the summer off. Every one of my kids works on creating something in their future, and I can't intervene in any way. It's their creation. It's their relationship with the divine. I want them to move closer to it. And they're all unlimited kids in their own way. My boys are a little bit more logical, the more mathematical. My daughter doesn't even have a neuron for math in her brain. I mean, she's an artist. She's just way out there, man. She was seeing fairies till she was 13, I mean, she was way out there. And so I said to her, you got the summer off. Let's go. Let's work on something. What do you want? And she just kind of looked at me at the kitchen counter for the longest time like this. She said, I want an unlimited shopping spree. Now, I would have never picked that, but she did. Now, what am I going to say to her? No. She just started a music video. She just traveled through Europe. She had all these great things going on. So I said, okay, tell me, now that you're clear, write the S down and draw the 2 squiggly lines. The 2 squiggly lines represents the electromagnetic field, the thought and the feeling. Yes? Yes. Ding? Huh? So I say, let's go through the specifics. What do you want? She says, I want to spend unlimited money. I don't want to have a limit. Okay? What else? I want to go to one of my favorite stores and do it. Does it exist as a potential? Then she says, I want to be with at least one of my best friends. And number 4, of course, is that she wants to buy some things for her brothers. It's just how she is. She's a giver. So, this S represents all of those things. And when she thinks about that S, she remembers all of these things, and she's clear on her intention. Yes? So then I say to her, her name's Jana, we call her Gij. Gij, so what are some of the emotions that you would feel in order to teach your body how that future feels like? Because you can't get up from your meditation as the same person who sat down. You got to get up like you shopped your brains out. She's like, no problem. What are some of the emotions that you think she would feel? Excitement. Of course, she was grateful. She felt abundant, but really abundance is freedom, right? So she felt freedom, because most people say they want abundance, but what they really want is freedom. And it's the freedom that allows them to do whatever they want, with whoever they want, as many times as they want, wherever they want. Yes? And then, of course, she would feel joy and inspiration and surprise, So now, I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm a crazy guy. I like to be up that early. So I have my meditation done every day, and I'm waiting for her, and then I hear the alarm go off at 7. Then I hear it move around in the room, and then I get really quiet. I would wait, Then all of a sudden, boom, the door would open up. She'd come walking out, and she'd go. Every day I said to her, I want you to change your energy, and I want you to teach your body emotionally how that future will feel like, and I want you to accept, believe, and surrender to those thoughts and move into a new state of being, broadcasting that signature into the field as a consciousness and awareness, changing your energy. And every single day she did it. And then I said, I want you to live in that future from that energy. And of course, all she did was rifle through the racks, wear clothes, love what she was doing, having these experiences, and she just kept changing her brain and body to live in the future, an unknown future. And then she was investing her energy into that future, because where you place your attention is where you place your energy. And she's got energy to do it because she's in the present moment. That's where you have access to it. Yes? So, I don't know how long she does it. Her friends would come and visit, and I'd say to her, hey, I don't know, sleepovers. I'd say, come on, you got to want your dream more than your friends right now. Take a half an hour, 45 minutes, and let's do this. And she was a kid, and she was like, okay. And of course, she did it, and then she would hook up with her friends, and her friends were like, what are you doing? And, it was this whole thing. But I was in Washington, D.C. I had just landed, and I had turned on my phone, and those of you who have kids, when your kid calls you up and they're crying, call me back. I can't tell if something good happened or something bad happened. I just know she's altered in some way. So I call her back, and she says, oh, my God, Dad, you know that unlimited shopping spree? It happened today. And I say, okay, tell me everything. Don't you leave anything out. She's like, okay. I was down in Santa Monica visiting my best friend. And we went to the promenade, and we went into my favorite store. I wasn't even thinking, Dad, about it. And we were just going through the racks and looking for clothes, just playing. And here comes this guy. He comes walking out, and he says to my friend, hey, is your father Sam Borelli? And she goes, yeah, that's my dad. He goes, okay, you two, come with me. Come with me. He takes him through the store, takes him behind the counter, and walks through the door behind the counter. And he closes the door, and he says, your father did me a big favor about 6 months ago. And I've been trying to figure out a way to pay him back. And she said, he takes out the company credit card, and he goes, ladies, have a nice afternoon. Now, did that come in a way that she least expected? She wasn't calling her grandma saying, hey, my birthday's coming up, or calling her aunt, hey, what are you going to go shopping? She didn't try to force the outcome or control the outcome. She got out of the way. So I say to her, how much did you spend? She said, I spent $7,500 today. I said, you feel guilty about that? She said, nope. And I said to her, never feel guilty for anything you create, good or bad. And so I said, look, just enjoy it. And she said, it was way better than I imagined. I said, of course it is. It will always be that way when a surprise happens. So then I hang up the phone. I go, I got to do this thing. And so Sunday night I'm driving back with the driver to the airport. And I call her up and I say, how you doing? How's it going? She says, oh, I settled down. Of course, she bought things for her brothers, and, she had a great time. And she said, Dad, the interesting thing about this is I just can't stop thinking about that it was my mind that created this. And I said to her, so tell me, how do you do it? How do you do this? Make it so easy. She says, Dad, you know what I do? I just pick what I want, and I understand that I'm not separate from it. I'm one with it. I change my energy, and I emotionally fall into that state of gratitude, and I don't think any longer about it. I don't think about it. I don't try to make it happen. I just get up as if my prayers were already answered. You see, we don't pray in this work to have our prayers answered. We get up as if our prayers are already answered. Take out a piece of paper. Now, and I want you to pick a potential that already exists in the quantum field that you want to tune into and assign a letter to it. Just write the letter down and then draw 2 squiggly lines around that letter. That squiggly line and the other squiggly line represents the electromagnetic field, the thought and the feeling. So then if you wanted wealth, you'd put a W. If you wanted health, you'd put an H or a healing. If you wanted a new job, you'd put a J. I mean, this lady was, she came into our clinic. We have this crazy wild clinic in Pacific Northwest, and I didn't even know she was into my work. And she showed up at one of our workshops, and she wanted a new job, and she wanted to make $40,000 a year more. She wanted to travel all along the West Coast. She wanted to manage a great team, and she wanted great benefits. She wrote that all down, and I said, what is the feeling you would feel? And she was like, well, I'd feel joyful, I'd feel empowered, I'd feel enriched, I'd feel important, I'd feel valued. Okay. So we do this whole thing, and then I said, when you move into that new state of being, I want you to live in that future. Manage, teach, do whatever you do. Create, rehearse. And so then I show up, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks after the workshop, and I'm walking in the room, and there she is sitting there, and she's got like a puss on her face this long. I'm like, Kyle, what's up? She goes, well, you know that job that I was working on? It happened yesterday. They offered me a job for $40,000 a year more. I'm going to travel all along the West Coast. I'm going to manage a team. I'm going to have a great group of people. I got a month's vacation. I got all benefits. Should I take it? I said, Kyle, that's like cooking the most amazing, outrageous meal and not eating it. If you create it, take the ladder. Jump. So be prepared that when it happens, you better choose it because you created it. You understand, yes? So now, write that letter down and draw 2 squiggly lines around it. That represents the electromagnetic field. The letter should assign meaning to exactly what you want, and it represents an intention. Now, underneath that letter, I want you to draw write 4 things or 3 things, 3 or 4 things to get specific on what that is. Like, specifics, to get clear on your intention. And list them, at least 3 or 4. You know what you want. Write it down. Something happens when you write it down. And pick something that you're not so heavy about, too. Pick something fun that you're not attached to, because it's a lot easier than you wanting it, which means you're separate from it. I can tell you story after story of mystical experience I've had just by doing this. Coming out of body and being in the refrigerator with the cucumbers, between the 2 cucumbers. Like, where am I? A couple of those you can't return back to business as usual because you realize you're not your body and you never were. So you are to draw that letter with the 2 squiggly lines, and then you are to list different things that are related to your intention for you to get clear on it. For example, my daughter wanted an unlimited shopping spree. She wanted to be with her friend. She wanted to be in her favorite store. She wanted to be able to buy things for her brothers. She got clear on what that was, and when she looked at the letter in her mind, she understood what that letter was because it was a symbol that represented her intention. So the clearer you are on what that symbol is, the more you tune into the specifics of the quantum field. You got that, yes? But all you have to do is remember the symbol. Now, if I asked you to close your eyes, could you see that picture, the symbol in your mind, that letter with the 2 squiggly lines? Can you do that? That's all I need for you to do. Now, underneath that or next to it, I want you to list at least 3 or 4 emotions that you would feel or will feel when that experience occurs. Because you can't get up as the same personality who sat down. You got to get up in love with life. You got to get up in a new state of being. So what are some of those emotions? Gratitude is always a good one. By the way, gratitude, just for 10 minutes a day, gratitude releases 1,300 new chemicals that stimulates your immune system, cause you to feel great. It releases chemicals that enhances immunoglobulin A, which is the primary defense against bacteria and viruses. So the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to feel better. Hint. Anyway, so what are some heartfelt emotions? Because this is the center of creation, this center right here, the intersection of the soul and the heart. All of this is survival. This is creation, right from the heart. So list at least 3 heartfelt emotions that you would feel. By the way, my favorite one to do, that I do all the time, I never really tell anybody this, but the one I usually do is a big U. What's the U represent? The unknown. I want the weird, wacky, crazy things that you can't even describe. I want those because, you have a few of those and you're on the freeway and you're like, go ahead. Oh, yeah, you guys want to go too? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Everybody go. You could care less. You're not enslaved to this reality. You're in a great state. So then, for me, the unknown, of course, I'm always mystified. I'm always in awe. I'm always in wonder. I'm always stupefied. I'm always surprised. I'm always alarmed at just how amazing life is. And that emotion, when you have a few of those experiences, you can use that emotion and that energy to create the next one because you already got the juices going. You understand? And that's how you stay in the state of creation. And when you trade the idea that your thoughts create reality for something else, you've always traded it for some emotional addiction, period. That means when you stop doing the work, you're returning back to your past emotions. So now, look at those list of emotions, and just for a minute, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to create those emotions inside of you. Just think of those emotions and see this is not an intellectual process. This is a visceral process. You have to feel it. So, can you feel gratitude right now? Can you feel in love with life? Can you have a joy for existence? Can you be excited? All I'm asking you to do is bring up that emotion. And if you can feel that emotion, you will accept, believe, and surrender to the thoughts or the intentions equal to that emotion. And you'll begin to program your autonomic nervous system into a new destiny. How many people understand? Yes? So here's how the meditation is going to go. You ready? I am going to ask you to rest your attention in certain parts of your body and the space around your body. You are going to do what's called an open focus. It's going to be short and it's going to be easy. If you follow the instructions and do exactly what I say, you will have a new experience. If you insist on doing it your way, you'll have the same experience. And I'm going to ask you then to unfold into no body, no one, no thing, no where, and no time. And I want you to linger there. After you open your focus, I'll make it very easy. And then when your energy changes, I'm going to say to you, what was that potential that already exists in the quantum field that you wanted to tune into? And you're naturally going to see that letter in your mind. Now you have your target. You have the station on the radio dial. You are going to tune into that frequency because the unified field has an ocean of frequencies of information. You with me? So that symbol represents 98.6 or 102.7. You're going to tune into that frequency. And then I'm going to ask you to change your energy and to move into a new state of being. And then I'm going to ask you, can you teach your body emotionally what that future will feel like now? Then you have to cultivate that emotion, and then I'm going to say, the longer your consciousness lingers in this energy, the longer you broadcast this signature into the field, the more you're drawing your experience to you. For whatever you broadcast into the field is your experiment with destiny. And then when your energy changes, I'm going to say to you, now live that future now. And your job is to not edit or to think. If you were healthy, think of all the things you were doing if you were healthy. If you had a lot of money and you wanted wealth, think about all the things you're going to do with all your wealth. Go crazy and prime your brain and body into a new future. And then, after we finish, I'm going to ask you to surrender your creation to a greater mind, planting a seed in the infinite field of possibilities. And when you surrender it, it's not your job to get involved now. You understand? And then I'm going to ask you to take your hand and place it over your heart, left hand, and I'm going to ask you to bless your body to a new mind. To bless your life, that it be an extension of your mind. To bless your soul, that it wake you up from this dream. To bless your past, that it turn to wisdom. And to bless your future, that it be filled with adventure. And to bless the divine in you, the unseen in you, the mystic in you, to move in you, to move through you, and to move all around you and show evidence in your life that it is real. And then I'm going to say to you, if the thought sends the signal out and the feeling draws the event back, I want you to open your heart and experience gratitude. And the longer you linger in gratitude, the more you draw your new future to you. For the emotional signature of gratitude means the event has already happened. Gratitude is the ultimate state we receive in. How does that sound? Okay? Now, if you're in this meditation, you're in this meditation the entire time. Don't get up and disrupt anybody else. If your body gives you trouble, master it. That's your job, not mine. Yes? There's no laying down, you're sitting up. We're doing a sitting up meditation. You got that too? Now, I want you to turn the person next to you and say goodbye to them because you're coming back as somebody else.
Okay, if you have a watch on, please remove it. If you have glasses on, please take them off. Can you give me your best? Yes. Okay. It's time to change reality. Sit up straight, eyes closed. Let's lower the lights and shut the projector off, please. Relax. Louder. Relax. We are divine beings. We are the creators of reality. That's who we are. Now, can you become aware of the big black space behind your eyes? In space. You sense the volume of space of the big black space behind your eyes. In space. Now, can you become aware of the big black space beyond your head? In space. Space of the big black space beyond your head. In space. And now, can you sense the volume of space that the big black space of this room occupies in space? that the big black space extends beyond this room in space. And now, can you sense the energy of space, of the big black space beyond this building in space? Become aware of the space that the big black space occupies in all of space. It's time to become nobody. No one. No thing. Nowhere. In no time. To become pure consciousness. To unfold as an awareness, aware that you're aware in this infinite space, in field where all possibilities exist. Moving beyond space and time. To invest your energy into the unknown. And the longer you linger in the unknown, the more you create new opportunities. opportunities in your life. Surrendering your consciousness to merge with a greater consciousness. And sensing the vastness of this space as a thought. Impossibility. potential that already exists in the quantum field that you wanted to tune into? Come on, it's time to change your energy and to move into a new state of being. Broadcasting a whole new electromagnetic signature into the field. Can you teach your body emotionally what that future will feel like now? Open your hearts and allow your body to respond to a new mind. Clearly, with an elevated emotion, and it has an effect on matter. For whatever you broadcast into the field is your experiment with destiny. Consciousness lingers in this energy, the more you maintain this state of being, the more you're drawing your future to you. Tune in to possibility. Dropping a pebble into the field. Having that energy carry your intention. Radiate your energy beyond your body in space into the field. Into the big black space that all of space occupies in space. In order to create the unlimited, you must become unlimited. When you emulate the divine, You must feel divine. Come on, become more energy than matter. Now live that future now. From this new state of being, what choices will you make? What things will you do? What experiences await you? And how will they feel? Changing your brain and body to look like a new future has already happened. Invest your energy into the future, a new energy. For where you place your attention is where you place your energy, investing into a new future. Forget to give. See your future one more time from a new energy and be one with it. Sense your connection to it in this field where you're connected to all things. And now, surrender your creation to a greater mind, moving away from it in this infinite field. And yet, like the hand on the end of your arm, you're connected to that experience. And move further away as you sense the space between you and that reality. Planting a seed in the infinite field of possibilities. And allowing a greater mind to organize it in a way that's right for you. Let go and surrender and trust in the unknown. And now take your left hand and place it over your beautiful heart. And I want you to bless your body with a new mind. To bless your life, that it be an extension of your mind. To bless your soul, that it wake you up from this dream. And to bless your past, that it turn to wisdom. And to bless your future, that it be filled with adventure and opportunity. And to bless the challenges in your life, that they may initiate you into greatness. And now to bless the divine in you, the power within you, that it move in you, that it move through you, and that it move all around you, and to show evidence in your life that it is real. And that your future come in a way that you least expect, that surprises you and leaves no doubt that it came from this greater mind, so that you're inspired to create again, again, and again. The thought sends the signal out, and the feeling draws the event back to you. Rest your attention in the space behind your breastbone, in space, and allow your breath to flow in and flow out of this center. Allowing your breath to be slower, deeper, and more profound. Breathe. And as you rest your attention in this center of creation, can you cultivate that feeling of gratitude, falling in love with life, appreciation for the joy of existence. Breathe. Feel. And now, can you radiate that energy into the space beyond your body? In space. Breathe. Feel. Radiate. And the longer you linger in gratitude, the more you draw a new future to you. For the emotional signature of gratitude means that it has already happened. Gratitude is the ultimate state of receivership. Come on, feel with me one more time. Breathe, feel deeply, and radiate that energy to the space that the big black space occupies in space. Slowly bring your awareness back to a new body. To a new environment. Into a whole new time. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back to this space and time, to the reality of the senses. And when you're ready, I want you to find someone and embrace them and smear that wonderful energy all over them.
That wasn't too hard, was it? How many people, after everything we talked about today, understand what you're doing now, yes? So if you're walking around your life and dragging around dead mules, feeling like a victim, like everybody's doing it to you, you're broadcasting a signature into the field as well. And basically what you're saying, oh, infinite intelligence, giver of life, quantum field, where all possibilities exist, I'm tuning into the potential of victimization and suffering. Bring me an experience equal to my vibration, but bring it in a way that I least expect, that surprises me, and leaves no doubt that it's come from you so I can suffer a little bit more. Yes? No. Now, why am I saying that? Because we covered a lot of material today, and I woke up this morning, I said I'm going to speak very straight to this audience, and I'm going to give them as much as they can take, and I'm going to do my best to give them something to practice. Yes? If you carved out a little part of your day in the morning because your brain waves are in alpha in the morning, and the earlier you wake up, the more they're in theta, hint, which means the less you have to work. And the first 2 minutes that your brain tells you, the first 2 minutes when you wake up, is a complete lie. Don't listen to anything it says. Don't you tell me you can't meditate because you fall asleep. Get out of bed. Don't meditate in bed. If you meditate in bed, you're going to fall asleep. Get out of bed and create a sacred place where you go and meditate. I have a place that I go to that has my energy all over it. And that's where I overcome myself, and that's where I create. And people that come to my house stand in that space and don't even know why. It's because that's where my energy is. You understand? An elevated energy, a footprint. Find a place that is sacred to you, where you are going to transmute some limited aspect of yourself. And every single day, labor in overcoming yourself. Even if you can find the sweet spot of the present moment, if you have the ability in 20 minutes to do that, you will be more present in your life, and you will call energy back from the predictable future and the familiar past. How many people understand? Yes. And if you practice being present, and where you place your attention is where you place your energy, you got a lot of energy in the present moment, and people will notice it. And as I said, on Saturday night, they're going to start wondering if you changed your medication. Because you are going to show up completely unpredictable. It doesn't take much to change your energy. And all it takes is overcoming an addiction to some emotion. And people, when they can't do it, they're choosing that emotional addiction more than their freedom. My definition of a genius is being uncomfortable and being okay with it. And I'm uncomfortable every day. But I also know that the familiar emotions is going to bring me back to my past. So you have a choice to be comfortable in the unknown or cling to the familiar emotions of the past. You tell me, I want to know, if the soul's interest is in making known the unknown and journeying back to source from whence it came, overcoming itself to do the miraculous, all of those possibilities that exist in the quantum field is for the soul to come back to source and tell the story of the journey. And we are all individual souls, an expression of the divine. You tell me how the soul can create a new future if you are emotionally clinging to the past. You tell me, I want to know. It's only to you when you overcome that emotion and you retire it into wisdom, you are ready for the next experience. And people say to me, well, I don't really want to look at the negative side of myself because that's thinking negatively. Well, get over it. You got to observe yourself to such a degree that you would never go unconscious again. Wouldn't you agree with me? You have to know thyself. And if you are going to plant a garden, and I'm a gardener, and you are going to leave the plants from last year, from the past in the garden, and all those weeds that have grown because you haven't been paying attention to them, and all those rocks that sifted to the surface that represent your emotional blocks, and the hard soil that hasn't been tenderized because of your rigidity, and you throw seeds down on that soil, what kind of garden would you grow? You have to admit then that you have to cultivate self. That's what the definition means in Sanskrit, to cultivate self. You're going to have to pull out the past plants. You're going to have to dig up the weeds that represent those thoughts that have been slipping by your awareness every day that you haven't been paying attention to. You got to overcome those emotions that are standing in the way, and you got to break down the personality into something else. And when that soil's ready, you plant a new garden, and your intention and your attention and your loving it into life is what allows it to grow, the garden of your mind. Would you agree? Yes. And I'm telling you, I have read miracle after miracle after miracle. People doing the uncommon, and I can tell you it has nothing to do with anything you think it does. You know what? All it takes is a choice. You wake up every morning and you ask yourself this question: who do I want to be when I open my eyes? Who do I want to present to the world? Who do I want to forgive? How much of my creative energy is trapped up in guilt or unworthiness or self-doubt that I'm going to free myself from today? And the people who actually do the work, who actually carve time out of their life to do it, are always the ones that are most appreciative. They're humble and they're connected. They don't have a lot of questions. They know that all they have to do is keep overcoming themselves and the answers will come in life. And they get up from their meditations as a different person who sat down. And they live from that state of being their entire day. And yeah, they take some hard knocks. And yeah, they doubt. And yeah, they get emotional. And yeah, their environment beats them up sometimes. But you know what? They can retreat from their life every day by just closing their eyes, eliminating their external environment, getting beyond their body, and transcending time. And when their consciousness merges with that greater consciousness, they always take a piece back with them. And all of a sudden now, we have common people doing the uncommon around the world. And so, my mission and my passion, and I'm very mission-driven, is really to demystify this information, to make it readily accessible to all of you. That when I look at you, I look at potential. That's all I ever see. And I've been doing this long enough to know that I'm not going to focus on the particle. I'm going to focus on the wave of possibility that surrounds you. And when you make a choice to overcome those emotions that keep you anchored in survival, and your heart opens up and it liberates you, you are going to understand what I'm talking about on a deeper level, and you are going to want to drink that wine again. And it's going to become your passion. And all the things you thought you want about wealth and all that stuff and success is not going to mean a thing to you. You know why? People want success so they can feel freedom. They want relationships to feel love. Why do you need that? All you work so hard for that experience just to feel the emotion. Why not just feel the emotion? See where that takes you. And you know what? When everybody's looking this way, look that way. When I wrote The Placebo, I was angry as hell for 3 weeks. You know why? Because I realized how programmed we really are. Don't you believe what you hear on the news? Don't you believe what television commercials tell you? Don't believe what violence is all about. All of that is for you to focus on yourself and feel separate from everybody else. Because the emotions of fear and prejudice and greed and violence and war and deception is keeping communities separated. And I'm telling you, when you have 500 people in an audience creating a heart-centered emotion, and the other 50 people are wearing heart rate monitors, and they're sending loving thoughts to those people on a big magnetic field, and everybody's heart goes into coherence at the exact same time, the exact same meditation, on the exact same day, you give me an explanation of how that happens. Because the only explanation you can explain is that we're all unified in a field beyond space and time. And you know what? If you fall in love with your future every single day, as much as you romance your past, and you stop analyzing when it's going to happen and how it's going to happen, and you have a spring in your step and you're excited about the day, you think about this. What happened to us? What happened to us? We were kids, we would jump out of bed and we were excited about the day. You know why? If you get out of bed and you can't drag your body out of bed, let me tell you why. Because your body already knows the feeling of how the day is going to go, because nothing new is going to happen. It doesn't want to get up and do anything. And I don't care what's happened to you in your past. I don't care about your story. I don't care about who you are. I don't care how valid your emotional state is. You still have an opportunity tomorrow to be someone else. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
You know what I tell the advanced students? I tell them this every time I see them. You know when you're changing, you stop talking about it. Don't stand on the cliff and give me all the reasons why you're not going to jump. Leap. Step into the unknown and be comfortable. You'll be more alive than you've ever been. What does it take every day to get up in the morning and to change your state of being? To find the sweet spot of the present moment and change your energy. You don't need a football game. You don't need a shopping spree. You don't need a drug. You can do that by thought alone. You can do that every day. And people will notice your energy. And when you carry that energy with you throughout the day, get ready, because something weird is going to happen in your life. And it's going to be a synchronicity. It's going to be a serendipity. It's going to be a coincidence. And you know what? When they don't happen around me, I know I'm not doing the work. That happens to me all the time. I expect that. I live for that. I live for that moment. And when the mystical transforms your brain and body in one experience, and it enlightens you, your body gets filled with light, and I've read testimony after testimony of this, you'll never go back to business as usual. And the people you use to reaffirm your addiction to suffering, you know those people? You'll be like this. Can you bring it down to about 30 seconds? I love you, but I got to go. I love you, but I'm out of here. You can't relate with them any longer because you're investing in a future. Do you understand? And those of you who are afraid of losing someone or something, you only lose the things in your life that aren't real. Love always comes with you. Remember that. So then, how do you become supernatural? You got to start doing what feels unnatural. And you got to do it over and over again, until the natural begins to feel like supernatural. Common people around the world are doing the uncommon, and they're doing it consistently, and the models of reality are breaking down. Why? Because information is so readily available. In an age of information, ignorance is a choice. Never stop learning. Never stop filling your brain with information and knowledge. Don't you tell me you can't learn. Don't you tell me you're not smart. You are. That's just a belief. And if you continue in this work, you will change that belief. And you will have genius thoughts come out of nowhere. So, the governments are breaking down. Politicians are being exposed. The medical model is collapsing. The doctor is no longer the authority. The priest, the rabbi, the minister, there's corruption everywhere. The earth is changing. Educational systems are collapsing. Teachers are no longer carrying the same weight. And this is a time where, as those systems begin to break down, that you should never fear them. It has to fall apart for something new to occur. Would you agree? Yes. And if you face it in the same fear that it was created in, we will perpetuate the same reality. Would you agree? Yes. When you join the community of students in our advanced work, if you choose, they understand that when they do the work, they affect everybody else doing this work. And just like all those birds, that flock in the same direction and all the fish that go the other way, that's a principle in biology called emergence. It's my favorite part of biology. And if you study that principle, you would think that there's some leader that everybody's following. I went to the park yesterday, all the way on the other side of town. I laid on my back and I watched these birds just fly around me, changing patterns. There's no leader. It's not a top-down phenomenon. It's a bottom-up phenomenon. Everybody is leading. There's a stigma that you and I have in our brains that say that if you lead with too much passion, you're going to get it in the end. Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, William Wallace, Joan of Arc, John Lennon, all the great people in history somehow got mixed up and they lost it. And so people are afraid to live for the truth. It's not important to die for the truth. It's important to live for the truth. And don't you know if you have a community of people that are connected in an invisible field beyond space and time, and they're heart-centered, and they're selfless instead of selfish, and they really care when they make a decision, they're considering the whole? Don't you know what that does? What if everybody's leading? Can't take everybody out now, can you? This is a time where it's not about one leader. This is a time when there are many leaders. And as I said on Saturday night, when you step into the unknown and you are wielding strong energy, and you are living by that energy and conviction and clarity, you know then you're giving people permission to do the same, now aren't you? And the age of the philosopher is ending. I'm tired of philosophy. I'm tired of all of that. I yawn in front of people. I don't want to argue quantum superimposition. I don't want to argue multiverse theories. I want to experience them. And you should too. And all of that knowledge is for you to experience. So you walk back into your life and you begin to get beat up by your external environment. You're going to have to make a choice. You're either going to have to retreat from your life and get clear on who you want to be, or you're going to have to live by some emotion that's going to keep you reaffirming the same reality. And as you react to the same conditions in your life, and those reactions cause certain emotions to cause you thinking that way, there's a nice tango between the outer world of your reality and the inner world of your neurocircuitry and chemistry. And now you're plugged in and locked in. So do you want to wait for a crisis, a trauma, or disease to make a choice to be great? Or why not just be great because you can be? Step out into your life every day as a different person. Even if you change one thought like I can't, this is too hard, I'll never change. You become aware of that thought, and it never slips by your awareness again. You're no longer firing and wiring and no longer signaling the same gene in the same way, and you're opening up a little bit more of reality for possibility. People who have healed themselves in this work, and I've read hundreds of testimonials, they all reached a point where they were so whole and so happy with themselves, so satisfied with who they are, they could give a hoot if they had the disease any longer. And that's the moment the disease went away, because they were no longer identifying with it any longer. So investing your energy into a future and being defined by a vision of the future instead of a memory of the past, as I said, will look a little foolhardy and insane in the beginning, because everybody's going to be suspicious of you, because all of a sudden you're happy for no reason. And when you show up unpredictable in your life, get ready, because everybody's going to try to push every emotional button to cause you to return back to the familiar self. Don't do it. Love yourself enough to be unconventional. And what is the definition of a miracle? Something that is unconventional. And the only reason it's considered a miracle is because we don't understand it. Let's bridge the gap. And by the way, never, ever wait for science to give you permission to do the uncommon. We should do the uncommon and do it over and over again and have science come and study us. Would you agree? And you know, that's exactly what we're doing in our advanced workshops. I get all calls from all these neuroscientists and all these researchers, and they say, who's funding your research? I am. Who are your subjects? Our students. Where's your lab? Well, it's in Cabo San Lucas this week, and you're invited to come. So we're doing the uncommon. We're measuring it. You can say anything about me, and I don't care. You can call me any name, and I have certainly my own faults. But the one thing I know in my life right now is I'm making a difference in people's lives. And I know, looking at brain scan and heart scan and epigenetic changes, that you can do the same. And that by observing that enough times, I now know what's possible. And I'm not interested in studying natural. Leave that to the conventional scientists. I'm interested in studying supernatural. And in our events, supernatural happens in our work. And you know the beauty behind it? It's always greater than we ever expected. And when that occurs, it means the divine is present. Thank you for listening today.
To watch another amazing Dr. Joe Dispenza video, check it out right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
In order for you to learn some vital information about the truth of who you are. And all of this information, whether it's based in science or spirituality or theory or philosophy,